Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my privilege to be able to rise in the House again this morning to continue to talk about the ethic failures of this Liberal government. And I'll start right in where I left off, Mr. Speaker, and that is saying that the Trade Minister also violated ethic rules by awarding untendered contracts directly from her office to her close friend and campaign manager. Violation of ethics rules. Yet, we hear very little from the Liberals about these repeated breaches. Many Canadians are rightly concerned about the recurring pattern of law-breaking within this Liberal government. It's well known that there have been multiple violations of ethics and other laws. The Prime Minister's own parliamentary secretary found guilty of breaking ethics laws, along with several current and former Liberal MPs who used their offices to benefit themselves, their family members, and their friends. We are currently witnessing yet another scandal, this time involving the Employment Minister, a Liberal cabinet member from Edmonton, a profiteering business partner. This scandal is so serious that it has prompted a ruling from the Speaker on the right of democratically elected members to receive full, honest answers and information from individuals summoned by this House. In this particular case, the business partner of the Liberal Minister Centre refused to provide crucial information about an individual referred to as, quote, the other Randy, end quote. Why is this significant? Well, because it strikes at the core of a scandal involving a sitting cabinet minister who, while serving in government, held a 50% stake in a company that was awarded government contracts by his own government. This isn't just unethical, it's deeply concerning. What exacerbates the situation is that the minister claimed he had no contact with his business partner throughout 2022, a key year in the timeline. To this in the House, his business partner echoed the same claim. But what did we discover when the documents were produced? They had been texting and communicating throughout that entire year. So, Mr. Speaker, this is the clear problem, Mr. Speaker. The minister's testimony was not truthful. His business partner's testimony was not truthful. They misled the House, the public, and the media. Now we know that, instead of working for Canadians, this sitting Liberal cabinet minister was actively managing the day-to-day operations of a company profiting from pandemic contracts awarded by his own government. This is the kind of corruption that has brought this House to a standstill. It's about conflicts of interest and a blatant refusal, to follow the law. Canadians are expected to follow the law. Why don't the Liberals? Mr. Speaker, Canadians have had enough, and they are demanding that the RCMP fully investigate these cases. From the oil into SDTC is ongoing. End quote. We know that the SDTC operated under various governments, including that of Stephen Harper, and according to Canada's Auditor General, it faced no issues until 2017. However, after 2017, when this Liberal Prime Minister appointed his own choice as chair of the SDTC, the problems began. Well, what happened next? The most ethically challenged Prime Minister, who has allowed corruption to fester within his government, appointed his hand-picked chair to oversee SDTC. It's no surprise that we've now seen 186 conflict of interest and $400 million in mismanaged funds. The Auditor General's report only examined a portion of the deals made under this billion-dollar slush fund, and they found conflict in 80% of the cases that they reviewed. The Liberals continue to claim, that they are hiding the truth to protect the Charter rights. But as the leader of the Conservative Party rightly pointed out, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms is designed to protect citizens from the government, not to provide cover for the government to withhold documents from the people. We must uphold the supremacy of Parliament. Parliament, the elected representatives of Canadians, write the rules, create the laws, and direct our justice system, not the other way around. Yet the Liberals are constantly attempting to distort this fundamental truth. All of this has come to light thanks to a courageous whistleblower who said, quote, "The true failure of this situation lies at the feet of our current government, whose doers and cover up their findings over the last 12 months is a serious indictment of how our democratic systems and institutions are being corrupted by political interference," end quote. This is absolutely correct. The Liberals have not attempted to comply with the Auditor General's report. They have ignored the recommendations of the Industry Committee, and they continue to refuse to comply with the House's order to produce the documents essential to uncovering the truth about how their friends and Liberal insiders are getting rich, while ordinary Canadians. The RCMP will continue its investigation, but it is crucial that they receive all the necessary materials to complete their work. And what can we expect from this Liberal government? Well, Mr. Speaker, they will claim they want this matter referred to a committee. But instead of tabling the documents, they want the committee to study whether the documents should even be tabled in the first place. So, Mr. Speaker, the House has already ordered the production of these documents. That decision was made by a majority of MPs, yet the Liberals, with their shrinking support, refuse to comply. They are hiding behind redactions and claims of cabinet confidence. But Canadians see through this charade. The Liberals are playing a dangerous game with our democracy, and if they are willing to violate this law, what other laws might they be willing to break? In a piece for the National Post, Christopher Nardi wrote, "The fact that government organizations are still withholding information that was ordered by the House of Commons in June is significant because it appears to fly in the face of a ruling by the Speaker last month that they likely had no right to do so," end quote. This Prime Minister has not only failed to lead by example when it comes to ethical behavior, he has also shown himself unable to ensure that a high ethical bar is met within the government he runs. The complete disregard he has shown for the will of the House is unsurprising. Time and time again, he's doubled down in the midst of scandals instead of fessing up and delivering good, honest government to Canadians. It has certainly been interesting to hear that some of this Prime Minister's own Liberal MPs are finally getting fed up with the Prime Minister who dismissed their concerns and whose leadership has been continuously scandal-plagued. Their concerns echo the sentiments of many Canadians who, after 9 years of this Prime Minister, are tired of higher costs, increased crime, and government corruption. We've already witnessed this government repeatedly breach the Conflict of Interest Act. The Prime Minister, ministers, Liberal MPs, and insiders who have violated the very rules designed to protect Canadians from this type of corruption. Mr. Speaker, enough is enough. Canadians deserve transparency. They deserve accountability. And they deserve a government that upholds the law. It's time for the Liberals to stop playing games with our democracy, hand over the documents, and allow the RCMP to complete their investigation. Only common sense Conservatives will end the corruption and get answers for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member talks about corruption. Likely the most corrupt Prime Minister that Canada has ever seen is actually Stephen Harper. In fact, he is the only Prime Minister in the history of Canada that has been found in contempt of Parliament. And that is the time in which his current leader, the leader of the Conservative Party today, was his parliamentary secretary. No one was more of a stronger advocate for Stephen Harper than the leader of the Conservative Party who sat around that cabinet. And having said that, Mr. Speaker, nothing has changed. Today we have the leader of the Conservative Party that says, no, unlike the NDP leader, unlike the Conservative leader, unlike the Green Party leader or the Bloc leader, I don't need to get a security clearance. My question to the member opposite is why should the leader of the Conservative Party not get a security clearance that would enable him to find out what's happening in foreign interference? What is the leader of the Conservative Party hiding, Mr. Speaker?
I'm going to ask only members who are Recognized by the Speaker to please take the floor, the Honourable Member from Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's an easy answer to his question, and that is show the documents. I don't know what the member from Winnipeg North is afraid of.
Right.
Just put the documents on the table, give them to the RCMP. It's so in reviewing this situation, but all the government wants to do is limit the amount of information that the RCMP have to work with.
Good answer.
Thank you.
Yes.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his speech. My question is a privilege. And the bill that he tabled to get adopted in the House, that was about contracting for family businesses, I believe. At the time, the House of Commons adopted this, and the government refused to implement it. And we saw this. At the time, the House had issued a production order for documents, and the government refused to produce those documents. I would remind my colleague humbly that at the Finance Committee, we organized a meeting during the summer to invited specialists to remind people the extent to which it was unacceptable. Is the honourable member seeing a link between what happened with his private member's bill and the topic at issue today?
from Brandon Souris.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Joliette for his excellent question. I certainly do see a link. The situation that you pointed out at that time was that the government was completely against my bill, which they have, once it implemented on the night when it passed the Senate, it became immediate law. And it has been used across Canada for the last 3 years, and nothing has happened to the tax system in Canada other than people who were jeopardized before are on the same level as selling their small businesses to their family as opposed to a complete stranger and getting a benefit for selling it to a complete stranger. You obviously, this member pointed out that the government was against it, and all of a sudden they were for it when we called an emergency meeting, and he pointed out that, well, you haven't been in favor for over 550 days, I think it was at the time, and I remember his speech well in the committee that we had that day. So there is a link, and it's ongoing, and in my speech I pointed out a plethora of scandals that this government has been under. It took most of the time of my presentation, for sure, and that also should take care of the concerns of the member from Winnipeg North, who I think is a little jittery this day about his own seat. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for an excellent speech. So I'm seeing a pattern of behavior here that whenever there's a scandal, then the Liberals, if it goes to committee, they filibuster, they withhold documents. And so I wondered if my colleague could comment on whether he thinks the same thing's likely to happen if this does end up at PROC.
The Honourable Member from Brandon Souris.
Absolutely. I thank my colleague for that excellent question. It certainly is a concern. That's for sure why I mentioned in my presentation that all of the information should be just turned over to the RCMP. We know that if they get it into their committee, that they will just try to squander or squelch, I should say, maybe squander as well, the information that would be there for the public to see. It's already been heavily redacted, some of the information that's there, and they could quite easily put it in the committee and then adjourn it, which would charade that they would want this to go to. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member mentioned just hand over the documents to RCMP. I don't know if the member is aware that RCMP has written to the law clerk of the House of Commons that it's very unlikely that they'll be using the document if it comes through this process. And we all know that RCMP can have access to any documents, and they have got a legal process to do so. And Auditor General has also written that it is highly irregular, and she has also said that RCMP has a due legal process to get what it wants. So why is it doing what RCMP suggests not to do?
The Honourable Member from Brandon Souris.
Well, obviously, Mr. Speaker, the RCMP are the place, they are already looking at this situation. And all we want to do is have them have the full information to work with. And they have already asked for that. There's been a House ruling that it should go there. So I don't understand why the Liberals keep filibustering this in regards to making up things that are particularly irrelevant to providing the cover for their cover-up. you know, we are in a situation right now where, you know, the Prime Minister has been asked to provide the names of the people that are involved in this whole area as well. And, you know, he is quite willing to take a briefing, and he'd take that same briefing, be the same kind of one that the Washington Post got on classified the National Security and Intelligence Advisor and the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. He would take the same briefing given to the member from Wellington Halton Hills under Section 12.1 of the CSIS Act, measures to reduce threats to the security of Canada, and he'd take the same classified briefing that the Prime Minister has been all too willing to give to the House when it suits him, such as when he revealed classified information on the floor of the House of Commons a year ago. Instead of wasting time and playing politics for foreign interference, the Prime Minister should just release the names.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Brandon Souris for his speech. It was excellent.
Highlight the fact that this member is one of the most experienced member of Parliament. As a parliamentarian, he has been elected first in 2013, but before that he served on the provincial legislature, has been elected in 1999. So we commemorate this year his 25th anniversary as service for the people of Canada. Thank you so much, or through you, Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for your experience here. But based on that, based on his great parliamentarian experience, may the member say to us, he has ever seen a most corrupt government like this one that we have in front of us today?
The Honourable Member from Brandon Souris.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for the compliments, but as recording the events that have taken place in this nation, so I thank you very much. Coming from yourself, it means a lot to me as well, and it's just been an honor to serve this country. But I have never seen anything like this in my life. I referred to that in a question earlier in the debates on the questions. My colleague, one of our colleagues last night, talked about the $16 glass of orange juice from many years ago, where that individual was basically forced out of Parliament. And now, you know, and we went through the ad scam situation for $40 million worth of scandal. And this is $400 million. I mean, to put everything into perspective, at a time when Canadians are struggling with gas and groceries and heating their homes, we've got a $400 million scandal going on in something that they tried to cover up in the, you know, the SDTC operations that were going on. I have never seen anything this bad in the Canadian history.
Questions et commentaires. Excusez-moi, l'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Yes, that's it. Thank you. Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata, Les Basques. And you know, Mr. Speaker, the people of my riding, they're very proud of their heritage. And so I'd like to talk about the heritage of the Conservative Party and what my colleague from Louis Saint Laurent mentioned earlier. That's 25 years of service for the member for Brandon Souris. And you'll know that when the Conservative Party is in power, there's been corruption and ministers misuse funds. You know, $50 million were sent directly into a minister's riding. You'll remember the corruption scandal around robocalls as well. 9 months of prison for a member of the Conservative Party who provided false information. So I'd like to ask my colleague to explain how can Quebecers trust that party which broke their trust in the past?
The Honourable Member from Brandon Souris.
Well, I want to thank my colleague from Quebec for his excellent question. I think Quebec has done very well in being a member of Confederation. You bet. I think that they have, under Prime Minister, the Conservative Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, they did an excellent job of bringing Canadians together instead of separating us. I think it was a great time in Canadian history when free trade benefited Quebec as much as it did anywhere else in Canada. And the relationships we had with our American neighbors were, I spent a couple hours last evening with an old friend of mine, Lance Yohe, who was the executive director of the Red River Basin Commission for years. He's now a member of the International Joint Commission. These are the kinds of relationships that we need to build, not separation.
Yes, good answer.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member from Prince Albert.
Well, good morning, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. And it's great to see a packed house here this morning to listen to me speak. I'm really excited about that. You know, I'm always honored to speak in front of my colleagues, so it's great to be here this morning. Unfortunately, it's such a sad occasion in what we're talking about. I'd love to be talking about housing. I'd love to be talking about crime for sure. In fact, in Prince Albert and in my riding yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we had an emergency notice. Somebody was shot while they were stealing his truck. My thoughts go to his family, and you know, these are serious events and serious things that we should be talking about, and we could be talking about if they'd only provide evidence like you've instructed them to do. You know, Mr. Speaker, I got elected in 2008. I remember back in 2008, my colleague LeVar Payne, the member for Medicine Hat, he had a heckle. His heckle was really simple. Where's the 40 million? And I remember during QP, the Liberals would try to say something very distinguishable, and he's the 40 million. And they go and they shrink down in their seats, and you know, they shrug away, and they couldn't answer his question. And of course, he did that for a year and a half, 2 years. Never did find out where that $40 million went to and how the Liberals took that money and used it for their own personal benefit. That was never really ever accounted for, and that money just kind of disappeared, and the Liberals kind of shrugged their shoulders, and on we go. But in the meantime, I think they went down to, what, 12 seats? Just a marginal numbers. Canadians were mad at the Liberal Party of Canada for what they had done. They kicked them out. They put in an honourable Prime Minister, former Prime Minister Stephen Harper. We've seen our economy turn around. We've seen strong management through a fiscal crisis in the global recession. We've seen growth in our communities even during the global recession. We've seen lift stations. We've seen water treatment plants. We've seen bridges. We've seen the Canada West Foundation program, where we actually built infrastructure in Western Canada, in the ports. We're actually growing as a country. And by 2015, we're experiencing that boom of that growth by that solid stewardship of the economy and the responsible use of taxpayers' dollars. You know, I could do an announcement in my riding, and I could actually touch what was actually going to be built. If we said we're going to spend $20 million on a water treatment plant like we did in Prince Albert, I could take you there, Mr. Speaker, and show you that water treatment plant and show you the benefit of that water treatment plant. When we did bridges, we could actually take and drive a car across the bridge once it was completed. You know, those are the things that Canadians want us to do. They want responsible use of their funds. If they're going to money, then we have a duty to ensure that we handle it with respect and dignity, and we take their trust seriously. $400 million. LeVar was saying $40 million. 18 years roughly later, it's $400 million. Why haven't the Liberals learned their lesson? That they would have learned from then that that's a lot of money. They should not be taking that from taxpayers and abusing taxpayers' trust. And that's what they've done in regards to this $400 million fund. You know, it's disgusting because, like I said, we could be talking about or debating things like, let's say, housing. How many kids are living in their parents' basement right now? Did we talk about that this week? No. We could be talking about crime. We could be talking about what we need to do to get serious with repeat offenders. We could be talking about how to deal with auto thefts. We could be talking about how to put violent offenders behind bars, make sure they don't get out and repeat offenders. We could be talking about what we can do to stop crime. We could be talking about addictions and mental health. These are all things that Canadians want us here to talk about at this point in time, because these are things that they are concerned about. But what are we talking about? We're talking about the fact that the Liberals are snubbing Parliament. They're ignoring a direct order from you, Mr. Speaker, and I know you should be really upset, and I know you are upset, because they are challenging your authority over this body by not providing those documents. And what do? They shrug. Their arrogance just shows up. They just go, we don't care about Parliament. And that's obvious, because they didn't care about the $400 million either. They just went and spent it as they wanted to spend it for their purposes, not for taxpayers' purposes. It resonates right through this whole government and how they conduct their business. It's never been about the people. It's never been about how I can help the people in British Columbia or help the people in Quebec. It's never been about how they can help the people in Atlantic Canada, how I can get them more prosperity, raise their standard of living. Let's look at what's happened under this government. Look at our GDP. Look at our standing in the G7. They are embarrassing. We've known for years now that the Port of Vancouver is one of the worst ports in the world. What has this government done? Have they invested in the port? Have they looked at it and actually done a study to say that we got these types of actions that will actually make this port the best in the world? No, it's good enough. We're okay being at the bottom of the list. That's fine. Canadians don't think that's fine. Canadians are upset about that. And let's circle back to the $400 million squandered. Squandered. I would like to say stolen, but I don't think that's parliamentary, so I'll call it squandered. So if it was squandered, just think what you could do with that $400 million. How many police officers, how many RCMP officers could we put across Canada with $400 million? Think about that. That's quite a few. Think how we could improve $1 million. Think about how we can make more efficient our infrastructure and supply chains with proper investment of $400 million. In fact, if you did that with the private sector, that $400 million of investment could probably be $1.2 billion of actual investment that would have been on the ground, helping Canadians, improving Canadians' lives for the future and beyond. Would have been addressing issues for their kids and their grandkids. But what did they do? They squandered it. They actually ignored any type of governance. They put themselves in direct conflict of interest. What the Auditor General said, I think there's 186 direct conflict of interest that have been shown up in her study or his study. Think about it, 186. These are professional people managing a big fund, and they don't understand governance? I'm sorry, I don't buy that. They don't understand conflict of interest? Well, if they weren't sure, there's a person called the Ethics Commissioner. They could phone and they'd give you all sorts of advice on conflict of interest. There's all sorts of people that's what they do, is they actually help boards to avoid situations such as this. So if there was a desire within this group to avoid and to maintain purity in how they dispense that cash, and actually if they did what they were supposed to do with it, well then we'd probably be better off. And maybe that fund would have been a really good working fund. Maybe that would have had objectives that would have been met. But they decided to ignore that, and they ignored it willingly. In fact, their due diligence is lacking. In fact, if you were in a private sector and you had shareholders, and if they seen this type of activity, I don't think they'd get board of directors insurance, first of all. Secondly, I think the shareholders would sue them for basically neglect of their asset that they own shares in. But what does this government do? They probably gave them a bonus. Because we like doing that with other executives like the CBC. We give them bonuses when they don't meet their objectives, but that's fine. We'll just give them money. That's good. It's all good. No problem, right? No problem. Not my dollar. That's the problem. It's not my dollar. And they need to understand that. It's not their dollar. It's taxpayers' dollars. It's given to you in trust to make good decisions with. So again, come back. $400 million. What could I do with that? Mr. Speaker, that's a huge amount of money. Crazy. It's actually so big, Canadians can't get their heads around it. And that's maybe a little bit surprising because they can't believe nobody would be that arrogant to try to get away with this. And then they can't believe that this government would be willing to back and protect these people by not providing the evidence and let the CMP do their job. What's the arrogance in that scenario? What are you saying to Canadian taxpayers? Don't worry. Don't worry, it's fine. Look the other way. You know what? Don't worry about it, it's fine. You know, it's good that your kid lives with you in the basement. It's better for your family. You know, it's all good. Like, seriously, this is what the Liberals are thinking. Sitting around that table looking at projects. There was some probably really good projects that they could have funded, but because it didn't belong to a Liberal, or it didn't belong to one of their own companies, or a friend of theirs, it got ignored. Shameful. Darn right shameful. Darn right maddening. Because if you were doing your job right, if you put a group together to manage a fund like this, if it would have done its job, it could have really done some amazing things. Because that's a lot of money. But they didn't. We're here today, instead of talking about housing, instead of talking about crime, instead of talking about what we can do to fix the budget, balance the budget, bring our house in order, what are we doing? We're actually talking about the NDP Liberals or unwillingness to give you or listen to you, Mr. Speaker, and take your orders seriously and provide the documents to the RCMP. I can't believe this. I can't believe they let this go on. This is very simple to fix. You know what? Paul Martin Martin, during the ad scam, at least he brought together a group and they actually addressed it. It wasn't pretty for him. It was probably very uncomfortable. But I will give him credit. At least he did the honorable thing and tried to address it. You know, they changed financer. They brought in Ralph Guidale. You know, he was trying to get to the bottom of it too. I give him credit for trying. These guys aren't even trying. They don't want to try. They want to play conquer and divide, shine a light over here, nothing to look at here, move on. That's what they're doing. And that's so sad because Canadians have had enough of that type of activity here in Ottawa. That's why you see the Conservative Party sitting at 42% in the polls. Because Conservatives are talking to people. They're listening. People are saying, I want you to deal with the housing crisis. I want you to deal with crime. I want to make sure my taxes are being spent properly. I want you to make sure I have proper health care and proper funding of health care. You know, $400 million. How many MRIs could we have bought with $400 million? How many hospital beds could have been opened up with $400 million? What type of other benefits could we have provided Canadians with that $400 million? Again, use your imagination. It's substantially a large amount of people. You know, I go back to Mr. Payne. I'm sure he's sitting there and he's just shaking his head and he's saying, you know what? Liberals are liberals, liberals are liberal. And I still remember coming here before I was elected with a member, actually I ended up being a former MLA in Alberta, but we were with the wheat growers and the barley growers at the time, and he sat down with the parliamentary secretary, the former member from Alpac, Mr. Easter, who I think is a fairly honorable person. I've worked with him and I've enjoyed working with him, and I wish him well in his retirement. But I remember Mr. Strankman saying to Mr. Easter as they were finishing up the meeting, shaking his hand and said, Wayne, it's getting really tough to see the difference between a liberal and a criminal here in Ottawa. That was a quote from Mr. Strankman, and that's a very true quote. And I know Mr. Easter took it to heart. I know he was upset, as rightly so. But you know, I don't think he was mad at Mr. Strankman. I think he was mad at his own party. I think he was mad at the people that were pulling off this crap. I think he knew what was going on, or had suspicions of what's going on, and couldn't fix it himself. And he wanted to see change, but he was handcuffed because he couldn't do it. He knew it was going to hurt him. He knew it was going to hurt him both electoral and reputational-wise. I think that's why he was mad. He wasn't mad at the comment. He was mad that people were actually telling him what he already knew. And there should be Liberal members over there saying the same thing. They should be mad. And maybe there's 24 of them that are mad. Maybe that's part of the reason why they want a different leader. You know, they're looking at it and saying, not another one. And then when they actually go to caucus and want to ask questions, out there, they're told, you didn't make the list this week. Well, how about next week? You're probably not going to make the list next week either. Can I talk about bubblegum? Sure, let's put that on the list. You can come up to the mic in the Liberal caucus and we'll talk about bubblegum. That's what's going on, and that's why you see the discontent amongst the Liberal Party, because they're being ignored. There's some honorable members, I believe, over there that would actually like to see this dealt with and actually like to get, but because the leadership team are so heavily involved with it, and the friends of the leadership team may end up going to jail if they were to investigate it, may or may not, that's up to the courts to decide, and I think we should give them the evidence to see if the courts would decide that. That would be the honorable way of doing it. So here's the evidence, it goes to the courts, court says, no, these people are innocent, I guess we'd have to accept that. That's what the courts do. But the courts might come back and say, yes, this is corruption, this is illegal, there's consequences to that. Well, you know what? That's what should happen then. There should be consequences to that. So it's really that voice isn't being heard. You know, Conservatives have been giving everybody the opportunity to do the right thing here. You know, we've been talking to people here. We've been trying to be progressive and conciliatory, but we cannot forsake our values. We can't let corruption to go on. We cannot sit here and not, when we see it so blatantly. We can't let a Prime Minister who has unethical breaches over and over again get away with another one. Nor can we let him throw somebody else under a bus, like he has done in the past with different cabinet ministers, who tend to happen to be female, by the way, Mr. Speaker, which again is very, very disrupting and discerning. You know, I go back to Saskatchewan, which I talked a little bit about what happened yesterday. You know, people are sitting there, they've been told to stay home, they were told to lock up, don't pick up strangers, You know, those are scary things. And they're happening too often. Way too often. People are upset. We should be talking about that today. We should be talking about how do we prevent that from happening in the future. Those are the things we should be talking about, Mr. Speaker. You know, man, Mr. Speaker, it's really, really interesting. What do I have to say? Interesting would maybe not be the right word, but it is interesting that this is actually going on as long as it has. It is. And you know what? As far as I'm concerned, it'll continue to go on until they do the right thing. And they know what the right thing is to do. They have to provide the documents. They have to respect your judgment. If they're not going to respect your judgment now, what happens tomorrow? You make a judgment tomorrow and they don't respect you tomorrow. What does that mean? Or the day after? What does that mean? When does Parliament cease to function? Actually not operate its intended to the way it's intended to operate. That's what's starting to be at stake here. We're no longer a Parliament that actually debates, criticizes and debates back and forth and goes into committee and has debates back and forth and bring in experts and witnesses, listening to their advice, and do a proper report, table in Parliament, get a response from the government. Parliament hasn't been doing that now for, 3 weeks? It's embarrassing. And they need to do the right thing so Parliament can get back on track to do what it needs to do. There's still things that need to be done. And if they can't come about to do that, and if they think this is okay, it's not, well, then they have one other option that would be honorable. And that is to go to the polls, to go to the Governor General, and dissolve Parliament and have a carbon tax election, Mr. Speaker. That is an option that they should strongly consider. If they think that they are so right, if they think their actions are so honorable and that Canadians don't care, then let's put it to the Canadians. Let's put it right to them. Let's ask them directly through a vote. Because that's really the ultimate in democracy. And I think Canadians would be very concerned if Parliament back and not functioning the way it is. So I think, again, the honorable thing for a Prime Minister, if he wanted to do something honorable, would be to actually go to the Governor General, dissolve Parliament, and call election, and then let the people decide. That's something that would be an end to all the stories. So they've got some options, Mr. Speaker. They do. They can take the documents, go to the RCMP, give them the boxes, step back, let the RCMP do their work. If there's criminal charges, let them progress. If it goes to court, let the courts do what they do. If they're found innocent, they're found innocent, which I don't think they will be, but I'm not going to prejudge it. If they're found guilty, then there's consequences that are paid. That's one option. Second option is, like I said, dissolve Parliament, go to the Governor General, put it in front of the people of Canada, let them decide, and they can tell the Liberal Party and the members here on what they think should happen. They can actually say to the people of Canada can speak, and they're the best spokesmen and they're the best judges that we have for our Parliament in a democracy. So let's go to them. Let's put it in front of them, even though they won't see all the information, because the Liberals will still hide it. But at least they'll look at the consequences, they'll look at the things that are surrounding the decision that's been made here. They'll look at the way Parliament's not functioning, and they'll make the changes that they see fit. But they'll make the changes so that Parliament operates again, so that it gets back talking about housing, crime, affordability, the things that really are there struggling with. Talk about the cost of groceries. Talk about the cost of basic necessities. Those are the things that they want us to be talking about today. They're ashamed of this Parliament. They're ashamed of this government. No question about it. It's showing in the polls. They're ashamed of the antics that this government's been playing here in Ottawa, and they want change. And they're going to get change. They're going to get a new Prime Minister. I strongly believe that. They're going to get an honorable person for a Prime Minister, somebody that will make change, who will respect their tax dollars, who will actually look in them in the eye and tell them what needs to be done and make the appropriate changes for their benefit. That's what we're going to see out of a new government. So I go back to my friend LeVar Payne and tell him today, there's hope. Just like there was in 2006 when they changed government then, there's hope coming here too now, LeVar. There's going to be a change in government. You're going to see honor brought back to the system. You're going to see respect for taxpayers' dollars. You're going to see a government focused on individuals and Canadians. Mr. Speaker, this has been an interesting morning. I wish we were talking about everything else but this, but I'm glad I had a chance to voice my opinion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, the member stated that he knows the negative impact of other important business being stalled in this House. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives are harming kids. Their inability to get anything done means that the Online Harms Act can't get to committee, so it can be improved to protect children. Last week, Amanda Todd's mother came to my office to ask the Conservatives to stop any delays and to put the lives of kids first. Will the Conservatives stop deprioritizing kids and let this go to committee?
The honourable member from Prince Albert.
Speaker, I thank the member for her question, but she's made my argument for me. We're not the government. We're not the ones holding back the documents. We're not the people sitting here saying that we don't want to proceed forward. It's them. We're not the ones that are ignoring the Speaker's ruling. It is them. That's reality. So to Amanda Todd, her mother, I feel their pain. I want to do that. I want to see that move forward. If we could do that today, it'd be great. The hurdle isn't the Conservative Party, though. Them who are not willing to actually do the right thing, the honourable thing, turn the documents over like the Speaker has instructed them to do, and then Parliament can get back on and the privileges can end. But we have to fight for a constitution, we have to fight for a democracy, and we have to fight for this place. And it's a shame that she has to be one paying for it. That really is. But it's not the Conservative issue in regards to what's stopping this. It is right across the aisle with the Liberal Party of Canada.
The honourable member from Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to read something from the RCMP. This is from the Commissioner. He says, in part, "It is therefore highly unlikely that any information obtained by the RCMP under the motion," this motion that we're talking about, "where privacy interests exists, could be used to support a criminal prosecution or further a criminal investigation." What we have, Mr. Speaker, is an issue of what and how. What, I agree entirely with the member. What happened? Let's exonerate or convict. Good, perfect. But how they're proposing to go about doing it could even compromise beyond, redemption, a proper RCMP investigation into this incident. So why do they not trust the RCMP to know how to do their job rather than try to impose something on them that could actually ruin the outcome that he's looking for?
The honourable member from Prince Albert.
Well, thank you for the question. I appreciate the question. What you're reading from is a speculation by the RCMP because they don't actually have the documents to actually say yes or no and confirm whether this would or wouldn't help them. They don't have it. It's not that they don't want it. They're speculating that there may or may not be in there. If you gave them to them, and if they went through them, they can make that decision. This would be all done. If they went through the document and said, hey, this doesn't move forward, there's not enough here, that doesn't make sense, this is all done. It is done. But they're speculating. So the reality is, give them the documents. What harm is there? Give it to them. They can decide to move forward. If it moves forward with criminal charges, great. But keeping them hidden does harm not only to this institution of Parliament, because you're ignoring the rule of Parliament and the order of the Speaker, but it also undermines the fact that this fund may have actually done some good work. Who knows? But right now they're under a cloud, and it looks to me with what the Auditor General said, this fund has serious problems, and the people around it have some serious ethic issues.
L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's very concerning and also quite absurd what we're seeing here. I've been feeling terrible as a parliamentarian for 3 weeks. Parliament is paralyzed, and yet outside of its walls, many problems are continuing. Problems that my colleagues are raising. Crime, the housing crisis, health underfunding, homelessness. And they keep saying we should be talking about this. Canadians want to hear about this. Canadians are worried. Of course they're worried. After all, for more than 3 weeks, the Conservatives have been blocking us from discussing these important problems and doing our work. As a parliamentarian, I feel that I've been taken hostage by the Conservatives. Even though all of the opposition parties are ready to vote on this, we all agree. I feel blocked, and I feel that my fundamental right to work as a parliamentarian, to question the government, has been violated. I feel very uncomfortable. I'd like to hear what my colleague thinks of that.
Then I have the honourable member from Prince Albert.
I thank the member for his question. And yeah, you have a right to be mad, but you're facing your anger at the wrong party. The party is across the aisle. What I find even more insulting is when one party in this House, the Bloc Party, says, you know what, we're for sale. If we get what we want, we're for sale, and we'll ignore the rule of the Speaker, we'll ignore the rule of law, we'll ignore all that, because we're for sale. We'll take whatever we can get and move forward. Isn't that more embarrassing? How do you justify that back to your electorate? Come with that.
And I ask the honourable member from Calgary Signal Hill to please not take the floor unless recognized by the Speaker. The honourable member from Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for a very passionate and very reasonable take on this moment of, privilege here that we've been debating for the last little while. I know I was shocked when I had the opportunity to speak to this bill last week because I wanted to understand what my constituents thought, because ultimately we're all here to represent Canadians right across this great nation. And I sent an email out asking 2 simple questions: whether or not the government should comply with your will, Mr. Speaker, and the will of this House to turn the documents over, and whether or not anybody that is found complicit in receiving these funds in an improper manner should have to pay them back. Within 4 hours, I had over 200 email replies back. Within a day and a half, 400 and some emails. 90+% of my constituents absolutely agree that the government should comply with the will of this Parliament, and that if anybody is found guilty, that they should return that money to Canadian taxpayers. I'd just like to know his opinion and what he's heard from his own constituents in his great riding.
The honourable member from Prince Albert.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for Bruce Grey. First of all, I want to acknowledge the great work he did in Afghanistan. You did an honourable thing there, sir, and I think Canadians are better because of what you accomplished with you and your deployments. I think that's something we should celebrate here in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the former member from Bruce Grey, Larry Miller, when LeVar Payne would say, "Where's the 40 million?" Larry Miller would be up to saying, "Where's the 40 million?" He was right there with them because he wanted to make sure that there was accountability for taxpayers' dollars in this House. And that would be the same response I'd get from my riding. If I asked the individual in my riding, they'd look at me and say, "What's going on? Why is it not functioning?" When you explain to them that they're refusing to hand over evidence or possible evidence and papers and documents to the RCMP, they say, "Well, how can they do that?" You got to be able to force it. You got to be able to do something. I said, "Well, no. If the other 2 parties aren't willing to stand up with us, they can do whatever they want." But they're ashamed of this Parliament. They're ashamed of this government. They're ashamed of this Prime Minister. Whenever he goes abroad, they cringe. Saskatchewan's an exporting province. We rely on markets all around the world. So when we hear the Prime Minister's going somewhere else, it's going to cost, because that's what's usually what happens. When this comes to this issue, there's no surprise. It's almost becoming expected from this government. Isn't that sad? I think it is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable parliamentary secretary to the leader of the opposition. Sorry, to the leader of the government.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll tell you what is sad is when you get Conservatives like we just saw stand up, and I would suggest to you in a very sincere fashion, yet I just don't believe virtually anything that he has said, because it is so misleading, Mr. Speaker, in every aspect. And that's what's so sad. It is the Conservative Party that's made the decision to filibuster a motion that they support, that everyone wants to vote on. Yet, Mr. Speaker, they continue to spread misinformation when, honest to God, it's the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker, that's causing this filibuster. Get off it. Start supporting Canadians. Stop supporting the Conservative Party agenda.
The honourable member from Prince Albert.
Speaker, I'm supporting you. I'm supporting your ruling. I'm supporting Canadians. I'm supporting accountability. I'm supporting transparency. They're the party that are not supporting anybody. They're the ones.
Point of order. I hope the honourable parliamentary secretary is making a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, your instruction to the House was that this matter be sent to Procedure and House Affairs Committee. Is that not true?
This is the Speaker will not be responding to questions, and B, that sounds like a matter of debate. The honourable member from Prince Albert has about 20 seconds left on the clock.
Oh, they get given a speaker. And again, another example of disrespect to the Speaker. He knows the rules. He has more speeches in this House than any member probably in Canadian history. The fact that he just did what he did shows you the contempt he has for you in this Parliament. How embarrassing. He says we're misleading people. Really? You've been misleading people since 2015, and it shows. And people are tired of it, and they're going to vote him out. And they're going to get an honourable Prime Minister, and we're going to be happy on that day.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Sarnia-Lambton, and I'd like to let her know that she probably has just about 7 minutes to before we'll have to interrupt for question period and statements by members.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise and speak in this House. But I am disappointed that we are on week 3 speaking about parliamentary privilege. Now, for those that are watching at home, they want to know, why are we here? How did we get here? So it all started with Sustainable Development Technology Canada. That is a fund that was designed to support initiatives for green technology, emissions, things like that. And the fund started in 2001, and under Liberal and Conservative governments went along just fine until this corrupt bunch of Liberals involved. And so what happened was Cabinet decided to give $1 billion to the fund, and they picked their friends to be on the committee to decide who was going to get the money, and the friends gave the money to their own businesses. The Auditor General found 186 conflicts of interest. 80% of the projects were conflicts of interest. And there was a whistleblower within the Sustainable Development Technology Canada department that said that there was criminal activity involved. And so as parliamentarians, we wanted to look into the matter. And so the documents related to this fund were requested in June of this year. But the government, the Liberals, did what they normally do, delay, and then when they sent the documents, they blacked out all the useful parts. And so the member for Regina Chappelle stood up on a point of privilege because as parliamentarians, it is our right to get whatever documents that we need to do our good work. And you, Speaker, absolutely correctly ruled that, yes, it was a violation of our privilege, and you ordered the Liberals to deliver the documents unredacted so that we can turn them over to the RCMP. And so we've been waiting 3 weeks, debating about this point of privilege every day, and no documents. So that's why we're here. I'm going to spend my time today talking and pushing back against the very weak arguments that the Liberals are bringing about why they can't bring the documents forward. And I'm going to start with one of the myths that they are spreading. They're saying that they can't produce the papers because to give them to the RCMP would violate the charter rights of Canadians. This is not true at all. The police and RCMPs all the time. Crime Stoppers, phone calls alleging criminal activity, documents alleging criminal activity. And what the law says is that the RCMP has a due diligence to look at the evidence presented, and if they find evidence of criminality, then they have to go to the court and order those documents through the court in order for them to be used at a trial. That is the law. So it is ridiculous to suggest that they can't produce the papers for that reason. The other thing I would say is that it's very hypocritical of the Liberals to say that they're concerned about the charter rights of, because they have violated nearly every charter right of Canadians. You are what your record says you are. So let's look at their record. First, let's start with freedom of expression, with Bill C-11, the censorship bill. where the government appointed CRTC can take down an individual who find it objectionable. Then let's talk about C-63, which is the online harms bill that will put you in jail for life if they think you may commit a hate crime in the future. Utterly chill on freedom of expression. And then let's talk about freedom of religion. We've got people crying death to Jews from coast to coast to coast. This government has done nothing to stem the flow of the vandalism and the harassment that's happening at synagogues and at Jewish businesses in our country. The Hindus are being persecuted by the Khalistanis. Again, they've done nothing. 112 Christian churches burned. They've said nothing. And so there is no protection for freedom of religion from this Liberal government. Then, if we want to go down the list of other freedoms, let's talk about mobility rights. Okay? Every Canadian has the right to freely enter and leave Canada. That is in the Charter of Rights. During the pandemic, they trapped over 4 million people for over 2 years here in the country, even after it was medically proven that people that were vaccinated could get and transmit COVID the same as the unvaccinated. So we had 90% of people who were vaccinated who were allowed to go wherever they wanted and enter and leave. But we trapped those 10% that were not a higher risk in the country, separating them from their families and causing a lot of trauma. The Emergency Measures Act. The Emergency Measures Act was ruled by the courts to be illegal. Now, I'm not sure why there's no consequences for that. If I got convicted of something, I could appeal, but I would have to appeal from prison. So I'm not sure why there's been no action on that. But they froze people's bank account. Unlawful. Another charter right that they violated. And Mr. Speaker, when it comes to freedom, you're not anybody based on race, religion, age, etc. But we've seen that they do. The Canada Summer Jobs Program discriminated against people of faith that wouldn't sign the attestation. And we know that they discriminated against age when they decided to give an OAS raise to people over 75, but not between 65 and 75. I see I'm coming to the end of my time until after QP, when I will continue my rant about the violations of our...
I would consider it just a speech. The honourable member is quite right. She'll be able to continue her comments, and she'll have about 13 minutes and 40 seconds left. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député, the honourable member from Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, World Polio Day reminds us that polio is still a threat for too many in this world. But thanks to champions like Rotary International, we remain close to our goals of eradicating polio through immunization. Polio vaccinators have reached over 2.5 billion children, bringing hope and health to countless families. At the recent Rotary International Conference in Toronto, our government announced $151 million to support the Global Polio Eradication Initiative, funding which will vaccinate over 370 million children annually, 600,000 cases of paralysis and death. While we celebrate a 99.9% success rate, the final 0.1% remains our toughest challenge. Polio is still endemic in some countries, and outbreaks threaten us, particularly in regions affected by war. The continued circulation of polio in this world highlights a crucial truth. Peace is essential for health. As we observe World Polio Day, let's renew our shared commitment to ensure no child lives in fear of this disease.
The honourable member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis. Congratulations to the Arche Le Printemps de Saint-Malarchief on its 50th anniversary, and to Service d'Entraide de Pintonne for its 35th anniversary. For 5 decades, l'Arche Le Printemps has provided a warm, inclusive environment for people with intellectual disabilities, in a place where friendship and respect reign supreme. For its part, the Service d'Entraide de Pintonne has played an essential role in our community for 35 years, providing support, comfort, and solidarity to all those in need. These anniversaries are an opportunity to pay tribute to the employees, volunteers, and partners who have helped make these organizations pillars of our community. Thanks to their commitment, and dedication, l'Arche and the Service d'Entraide continue to better the lives of so many families and champion hope across the board. We wish you continued success in your missions for many years to come. May you continue with the same passion. Bravo, and thank you for your invaluable impact on our residents. We wish you all the best, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Sunday, October 2024, was a day of great joy and gratitude. Thousands of people gathered in St. Peter's Square in Rome for the canonization of Sister Marie-Léonie by Pope Francis I. In officially declaring Sister Marie-Léonie a saint, the Church has recognized her humility and service to others. Sister Marie-Léonie was born in Montérégie and founded the Congrégation des Petites Sœurs de la Sainte Famille and moved to Sherbrooke. The congregation in Sherbrooke continues to embody the values held dearly by Sister Marie-Léonie. The congregation is also made up of women dedicated to their mission. Saint Marie-Léonie's legacy marks the power of humility and kindness in building peace. May she inspire us all.
The honourable member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, the federal government's Welcoming Francophone Communities initiative recognizes communities outside Quebec that are going above and beyond to help French-speaking newcomers settle and build their new lives in Canada. My community of Nanaimo on central Vancouver Island has been recognized as one of 2 welcoming Francophone communities in the province of British Columbia, thanks to the ongoing hard work and dedication of l'Association des Francophones de Nanaimo. Je suis tellement fière d'être là.
I'm so proud to be representing this community in Parliament. All are welcome here, and we all work together to build a richer and more inclusive future. I wish to thank the Association des Francophones de Nanaimo for their dedication, passion, and profound contribution to making Nanaimo even more welcoming and diverse. Congratulations to all. Thank you.
Je félicite l'honorable député.
I'd like to commend the honourable member for her French. The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Mr. Speaker, before starting, I just wanted to verify with the official opposition if I can speak French without someone telling me to speak English. Yesterday, the Minister of Public Service and Procurement was told in this very House to answer a question in English by a Conservative member of Parliament, the member for Brantford-Brant. I would like to remind the House that this writing includes 4,000. About a year ago, the Minister of Heritage was asked by the Conservative member for Lethbridge to answer a question in French in committee. And as time goes by, more and more Conservatives are telling us to answer questions in English. It's almost like a slogan at this point. It feels like the culture of speak white is rampant across conservatism, and the leader of the Conservative Party or conservative Francophones have not denounced this. In this side of the House, we will always defend official languages. When Francophone Conservative MPs finally, will Conservative Francophone MPs finally have the gall to denounce this, or will they continue to continue in this direction?
Mr. Speaker, as you know, I have a private member's bill to make December Christian Heritage Month. Christians make up over half the population of Canada. Many other major religions have a Heritage Month, and it helps us to understand the different faiths and their practices and to promote tolerance in our land of religious freedom. Well, many people across our nation have been inspired to approach their mayor and councils to proclaim December as Christian Heritage Month. 18 cities and areas have proclaimed it so far. Thank you to Saskatoon, Brampton, Whistler, Welland, Ajax, Clarington, Pickering, Durham, Waynfleet, Caledon, Aurora, Milton, Prince George, and Orillia. If you would like to have your area make this proclamation, happy to help. Together, we can proclaim Christian Heritage Month across the nation.
The honourable member from Winnipeg South.
Mr. Speaker, over the past year, we have discovered that several countries, including China, Iran, Russia, and India, have been engaging in foreign interference in Canada. The Justice Hogue inquiry has made it clear that this House has a responsibility to combat foreign interference. It's time for all political party leaders to put country before party and be vigilant in protecting democracy and the values we hold dear. But, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Conservative Party is deliberately choosing to stay in the dark and is refusing to take the necessary security briefing. It's high time for him to step up, Mr. Speaker, so let me put this in simple terms he will understand. Get the clearance, get the briefing, protect the country.
The honourable member from Ottawa Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker. Over the last few weeks, my constituents have been asking me why the leader of the opposition would not get a security clearance. And I mean, it's a really legitimate question. And I do want to give the leader of the opposition a benefit of a doubt, but he's just running out of excuses. So what I thought is I look at what the national security experts are saying, because they're the best people to know as should happen in this case. And you know, Ward Alcock, who's the former CSIS director, made it really clear that having a chief of staff with clearance is just not enough. Similarly, Richard Fadden, who's another former CSIS director, also said that being a former Privy Councillor doesn't give you access to classified information. In order for us to protect the national security interests of the country, in order for the leader of the opposition to know what's happening in his own party, it is important that he get the clearance, take the briefing, and protect the country. It's that simple.
The honourable member from Kenora.
Across Northern Ontario, our healthcare system is in a crisis. Many are without a family doctor. Emergency rooms have been forced to close, and the great healthcare professionals we do have are burnt out working overtime to try and fill labour gaps. This is caused in part to Canada's red tape and barriers to entry for healthcare workers. Currently, less than half of doctors and nurses are working in their profession, Mr. Speaker, meaning there are 50,000 healthcare professionals who could be working in our hospitals but are unable to do so. And that is why Common Sense Conservatives will bring in a Blue Seal national testing standard. This will ensure foreign trained professionals can work in their field and take their skills wherever they are needed across the country. And it will include a 60-day standard, Mr. Speaker, so those applying for certification can take a test and receive an answer in a timely fashion. Our healthcare system is in need of support, and only Conservatives will remove the red tape and the barriers so we can bring home doctors and nurses.
The honourable member from Milton.
Leaders from the Greens, the NDP, the Liberal Party, and the Bloc Québécois have all received a top-level security clearance recently, and that's because they take all the attacks on our democracy by foreign interference seriously, but not the leader of the Conservative Party. Despite CSIS, the RCMP, and the entire intelligence apparatus insisting that it's essential for all leaders to get cleared, the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada, who's been a member for over 20 years, refuses. The Canadian national security experts who have urged him to get briefed have said that the Conservative leader is playing with Canadians. The member from Carleton is unserious, reckless, arrogant, and unfit to lead Canada. There's a paragraph in the NSICOP report on foreign interference that described India's alleged interference in Conservative Party of Canada leadership races, so perhaps that explains it. His disdain for science and expertise, his contempt for the media, his appreciation for conspiracy theories, and his refusal to get briefed are all emblematic of far-right populist threats that we see from Trump's Republican Party. He should get the clearance, take the briefing, protect the country, but he won't, because he doesn't care about Canada.
Again, I'm just going to remind all members not to take the floor. And I'll again remind the member from Calgary, Signal Hill, please, to not take the floor unless recognized by the Speaker. The honourable member from Caribou, Prince George.
This NDP Liberal government safe supply experiment has destroyed the very communities it claims to help. This week we heard heartbreaking testimony from Masha Krupp, an Ottawa mother who lost her daughter to overdose and whose son is now addicted to government-funded hydromorphone. She revealed that she has personally witnessed so-called safe supply pills being resold right outside the clinic, at times even to teenagers. The government continues to deny that taxpayer-funded hard drugs are being diverted to children, but now we're hearing reports from Montreal that saying children as young as 11 are getting hooked on diverted drugs from so-called safe supply clinics. That Quebec may become the new British Columbia, where overdose is a leading cause of death for children aged 10 to 18. Mr. Speaker, only a common-sense Conservative government will ban taxpayer-funded drug handouts, invest in treatment, invest in recovery, and bring our loved ones home.
The honourable member from Prince Albert.
Speaker, after 9 years of NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, time is up. Mr. Speaker, you have ruled the NDP Liberals violated a House order to turn over evidence to the police for a criminal investigation on the latest $400 million scandal. The NDP Liberals' refusal to respect your ruling has paralyzed Parliament, pushed aside our work to address doubling of housing costs, food inflation, crime, and chaos. The Auditor General's investigation found the Liberals' appointees to the SDTC gave nearly $400 million to their own companies, with over 186 conflicts of interest at a time when Canadians can't afford to eat and house themselves. Mr. Speaker, responsible government is accountable to the people of Canada. We work for the people of Canada. This is a fundamental pillar of our parliamentary system. When will the NDP Liberals end the cover-up, turn over the documents to the police so Parliament can get back to work for working for Canadians? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from London North Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition clearly never tires of telling everyone he can that he wants to be Prime Minister of this country. You know what's crucial to being a Prime Minister, first and foremost, Mr. Speaker? Ensuring the country's safety. And one of the ways to ensure the country's safety is to have access to vital information. That access is ensured through a top security clearance. And to get a top security clearance, Mr. Speaker, you have to do background checks. Security agencies carry out background checks on one's family history, credit history, criminal background checks as well. The Leader of the Opposition does not want to do this, and he's never been clear why. He's given many, many excuses, all of which has been debunked, absolutely debunked, by security experts. Former head of CSIS, for example, has come out and made very clear that there's no reason for that. I point to Reg Alcock, for example, Mr. Speaker, and others, former national security advisors to Conservative and Liberal prime ministers, Mr. Speaker, like Dick Fadden. Yeah. He's not clear on this at all. What's he holding back? What's he hiding, Mr. Speaker?
There.
The honourable member from Port Moody, Coquitlam.
November is Indigenous Disability Awareness Month. Indigenous peoples have rates of disabilities 3 times higher than the average Canadian, and more often without the supports needed. I raise my hands to Indigenous Disability Canada and British Columbia Aboriginal Network on Disability Society, who continue to ask Parliament to raise the profile of Indigenous persons with disabilities and correct this discrimination. In 2017, the United Nations International Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities recommended that Canada officially proclaim and recognize IDAM each year. It is time for the government to do that. November should be the time that Canada officially recognizes and appreciates the achievements of Indigenous peoples with disabilities, highlighting the valuable contribution they bring to community. This year is the year the government can take action and proclaim November as Indigenous Disability Awareness Month.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. We are so proud to celebrate the 70th anniversary of the Saint-Vincent de Paul Conference in Mont-Laurier. For decades, this flagship organization has played a crucial role in the community, providing a second-hand store where clothing, furniture, and household goods are offered at lower cost. It also provides a town hall for seniors and social groups. The organization also offers people in need food vouchers, and that totals $80,000 a year that has been distributed. This community-based organization also organizes weekly soup kitchen dinners. These complete meals help many people fight isolation. I'm grateful to learn I'm grateful for the team of volunteers who work so hard to maintain the social fabric of our community. I commend Claude Ménard and Monique Venn for their 50 years of dedication. Thank you both.
The honourable member from Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 9 years of NDP Liberal taxes up, costs up, crimes up, and time is up for this Prime Minister. This week, members of his own caucus had the courage to stand up and tell the truth. Canadians cannot afford a single day more of this NDP Liberals. My constituents write to me every day in disbelief of the state of Canada after 9 years. Parliament's paralyzed, new scandals arise every day, Canadians are paying more for everything. Instead of listening to the brave Core 24, the Prime Minister refuses to check his ego, tells Canadians not to believe their own eyes, and will continue his ideological path to quadruple the carbon tax, raising the cost of gas, groceries, and heating. As winter creeps in, Alberta families will be forced to choose between heat and freezing. So will the Prime Minister stop treating Canadians like garbage and call a carbon tax election, or do the Liberals want the West to freeze in the dark?
The honourable member from Mississauga Lakeshore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the RCMP revealed that agents of the Indian government committed serious crimes on Canadian soil, including murder, extortion, and foreign interference in our democratic process. At a time when the members of this House should be united against these appalling crimes, the Conservative leader's decision to prioritize his campaign over national security sends a message to Canadians that he won't protect them, and tells the rest of the world that under a Conservative government, there won't be for foreign interference. People are rightly concerned. The NSICOP report earlier this year also alleged that India interfered in a Conservative Party leadership race. The Conservative leader would rather let his party be a target of foreign interference than get his security clearance. That doesn't add up. That certainly lacks common sense that he's so proud of. Why won't he get his clearance? Canadians have a right to know what the Conservative leader is hiding.
Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis. 24 Liberal MPs are asking the Prime Minister to step aside for the same reason, by the way, that Canadians are calling for elections. Cost of living is up, there are long wait lines at food banks, housing is unaffordable, the debt has doubled. But there's something that I don't understand. The people who should be supporting the Prime Minister are dropping him, but block power. The Prime Minister has failed. He has failed when it comes to immigration in particular. Will he call elections now?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One thing is clear. Yes, the Conservative Party has talked a lot about the problems that we're facing in the country right now. The member spoke about the challenges that people are facing. And she speaks about them every day, but where's the plan? They're clear on the first step, but they don't have a plan after that, Mr. Speaker. This is an example of how the Conservative Party is a populist party, a right-wing party. Thank you. The honourable member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis. After 9 years of this Liberal government, the country is in chaos. 2 million Canadians are relying on food banks for food, and everyone is affected by homelessness. And 24 Liberal MPs want the Prime Minister to go. Parliament is paralysed right now because the government refuses to be transparent in another scandal. The Bloc has supported the government 200 times. They need to explain themselves to Quebecers. Is the Prime Minister ready to do the honourable thing and call elections? That's the plan, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of respect for my honourable colleague, and she's right that Canadians are going through a difficult time. But, Mr. Speaker, where was she? Where was she when we voted to support seniors? Where was she and her caucus when we lowered taxes for Canadians? Where was she when we put in place a dental care program for Canadians? Mr. Speaker, I know what that member and all Conservatives did. They voted against. They voted against Canadians. We are there for all Canadians and all Quebecers. The honourable member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis. Where were those 24 MPs, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the rise in the cost of housing, the use of food banks, and the housing encampments that we're seeing? All of this is the disastrous record of the Liberals supported by the Bloc Québécois. And now the immigration system once again is failing because of Liberal improvisation on that file. This Prime Minister needs to call elections. When is he going to do it? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, what I'm concerned about is the growing caucus against abortion in the Conservative Party. We've heard from Conservatives who are still in caucus, and we've heard from previous caucus members that it's because of their values. Well, on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we will always fight for women's rights like for abortion.
The honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
After 9 years of these NDP Liberals, the cost of housing has doubled, our national debt has doubled, and Canadians can't afford to feed themselves or their families. Now we've learned that there are 24 Liberal MPs who are looking for the Prime Minister to resign. After 9 years of these NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up for this Prime Minister who can't fix what he's broken in this country while he's dealing with his revolting caucus. So will he stand up today and call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, for years we've been hearing rumours about the Conservative Party of Canada's leader, and now it's out in the open. His party is full of people fighting to restrict the freedom of women. The MP for Richmond-Athabasca, former member, acted with his conscience to stand up for women. But why won't the other members of his caucus do the same? In fact, what they're doing, Mr. Speaker, is fraternizing with the lobbyists that want to attack the rights of women across this country.
The honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, did you hear that? It's the sound of desperation from a government that's broken absolutely everything in this country. They broke housing, they broke immigration. Canadians can't afford to eat, heat, or house themselves after 9 years of these failed NDP Liberals. And all Canadians want is to be able to afford a home, to be able to have a home in a good, safe neighborhood where they can retire comfortably. And all they're asking to do is to be able to work hard in exchange for that privilege. It was a promise we made to Canadians, and they broke it. So instead of fighting with his 24 members who want him to resign, why won't he stand up and call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure my honourable colleague that we understand the challenges that families are experiencing in our communities, but those families are right to ask who is actually fighting for seniors who have earned their pensions, not just with their premiums, but with decades of hard work, bad backs, busted joints, are facing an opposition leader who has a history of gutting their pensions. The Conservative Party has members who voted against removing the interest on student loans. And families, if you receive the Canada Child Benefit, know that there is not one Conservative member of Parliament who voted to support you with thousands of dollars every year. Mr. Speaker, there are two choices: a Liberal government who will stand up for families, a Conservative leader who will stand up for himself.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. The federal minister is lowering immigration targets finally, but the new thresholds don't reflect the capacity for welcome in Quebec. After 300, Quebec is going to have to receive over 80,000 new immigrants a year under the new plan. Mr. Speaker, those who know the situation best in Quebec are the political parties in the National Assembly in Quebec, and there's no party that is suggesting more than 80,000 a year. Will the Liberals finally consult the provinces and adjust their immigration thresholds? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Quebec has more power over its immigration system than any other province or territory in the country, because it controls over 50% of immigration for temporary residents. The Liberals have put in place a plan for immigration, and we will move forward.
Excuse me.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. The new targets don't fix the main issue in Quebec, which is asylum seekers. There are 160,000 just in Quebec, and we continue to welcome more than our fair share. Quebecers can't continue to house, give care to, educate, and teach French to so many new people a year just because the other provinces refuse their fair share. This government has to create the conditions so that every province does their part, but we've seen no progress since the summer. There's no negotiations underway. When will the Liberals finally get to work? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, I work with Quebec all the time. Immigration is necessary to the growth of our economy, and to strengthening our communities. Canadians want a solid and durable immigration system that will allow Canada and everyone who lives in Canada to succeed. That's exactly what we've done with our announcement yesterday. We are reducing the number of temporary and permanent residents over the short term to relieve pressure on housing and infrastructure. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
5 million Canadians are left stranded without the health care they need. This is bringing more people into our already overcrowded hospitals for issues that could have been caught earlier and treated earlier. Our health care continues to be in crisis under the Liberals. And the Conservatives want Canadians to pay to get the care they need so that CEOs can increase their profits. People deserve quality health care without having to pull out their credit cards. Why are the Liberals failing to fix our health care system and forcing people to scramble for the health care they need?
That's right.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Speaker. On this side of the House, we will always stand for a publicly funded healthcare system. And that's why we're making unprecedented investment in our system, working with our provinces and territories. Over $200 billion over 10 years. We've never seen that kind of investment. Not to mention investments in dental care, investment in farmer care. These are the kind of things that we're doing, building our healthcare system post-pandemic so that no Canadian is left behind and they have access to good publicly funded healthcare system.
The Honourable Member from Winnipeg.
Mr. Speaker, while the Liberals talk about abortion as a right but deny access to that right, Conservatives are actively voting for legislation to end safe, trauma-informed abortion care. You can just ask their former caucus members who says anti-choice MPs are calling the shots. Whether you need heart surgery, a knee surgery, or an abortion, people have a right to access public health care. Will the federal government protect access to abortion care by enforcing the Canada Health Act and save our public health care system?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, this morning I woke up and I read the most disturbing article. It was an interview, actually, with the former Member of Parliament with the Conservatives, now Member of Parliament for Richmond Athabasca, and he said that he left the party in part because his conscience couldn't stand for the attack on women's rights and freedoms, the inroads that anti-abortionists have made with the Conservative Party. And you know what was so upsetting, Mr. Speaker? Not that he talked about that, but that he also alleged the way that they're trying to hide their real selves. Mr. Speaker, will that leader stand up and stand firmly with the rights of women in this country?
The Honourable Member from Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
After 9 years of NDP Liberals, time is up for the Prime Minister's endless chaos and failures. And let's use his own words on immigration just from last year to prove it. Quote, as our government is raising immigration levels to the highest levels that have ever been, people are like, we're already facing challenges in housing. Where are we going to house these 500,000 people per year? And now, a year too late, the Prime Minister made an announcement that is an admission of a massive failure of his record after 9 years. Will the Prime Minister admit that his flip-flop has caused lasting damage to Canada's housing market, healthcare and jobs?
The Honourable Minister for Employment and Workforce Development.
Mr. Speaker, we've answered that question already this week. My question, and a question that Canadians from the queer community want to know, is where was that member, who is a member of the queer community, when it came to 50% of kids living in the street who are LGBT because their straight parents kicked them out? Where's that member when Blaine Higgs went after trans kids in New Brunswick? Where's that member when Danielle Smith is saying she's going to take the rights of trans kids away? Where's that member when Scott Moe is focusing on bathrooms in a Saskatchewan election? He will not show up at Canadian Pride events when we talk about trans issues. He should be ashamed. He is not defending the queer community of Canada.
The Honourable Member from Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
I'm proud of who I am and proud of my integrity when that minister can't even name the other Randy. So I'm not going to take any lectures from that guy, Mr. Speaker. But here's what the Prime Minister said just last year about the immigration system. Quote, there are a lot of pressures on our system, increasing the immigration levels. Interestingly, though, it'll take some pressure off the system. They have absolutely failed, and they broke our immigration system. They've doubled housing costs, and they did a massive flip-flop yesterday that they're embarrassed to even talk about? After 9 years, why can't we just have a carbon tax election to boot that member in this government out of here?
The honourable member for Employment and Workforce Development.
Where's that member's voice and the members of the Conservatives when queer refugees are struggling to come to the country? I tell you, they are nowhere to be found. Where is that member sticking up for trans kids when we have Canadian Pride caucus meetings? Not to be found. Neither is the MP for Thornhill. Mr. Speaker, they try to wrap themselves in the rainbow flag when it's convenient to get Conservative votes. They are simply not truthful with Canadians. They are not truthful with the queer community. Do you hear the heckling, Mr. Speaker? They can't handle it when we punch. They can't handle it when we stick up for the queer community. They do not stick up for the 2S LGBT community. We do. We're Liberals. We're the government. We've got kids' backs.
Colleagues. Thank you. Thank you. The honourable member. Colleagues. The honourable member from Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the reality is that it was this government who fought tooth and nail for an extension of the Rainbow Railroad refugee program that was started under the former Harper Conservative government, and all the while they allowed countless people who are in upstate New York to illegally cross the border. That is the record of this government's broken immigration system. And if he wants to talk about queer youth or any Canadian, the reality is that this government's inflationary crisis is what is putting people out on the streets. They've broken Canada's immigration system. Will they allow for a carbon tax election to allow Conservatives to fix their mess?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Speaker, immigration is key to economic growth of Canada. This country is full of incredible story of immigrants. One speaking right now of a country that has welcomed people from around the world. But the government has always taken a very responsible approach to immigration to make sure that Canada continues to grow. And that's exactly the kind of responsible approach we are demonstrating. The work we did to bring immigrants so that we can keep Canada moving forward during the pandemic, and the work we're doing now so that we can keep up with pace of Canadian population growth, housing we need, and the infrastructure Canadians deserve.
The honourable member from Calgary Nose Hill.
A responsible approach to immigration. The former immigration minister bragged about increasing international student permits from about 400,000 to 500,000, knowing that shady universities were abusing these students and that these students were living under bridges in Toronto. That's the record of this government. This government, their responsible approach the member talks about, they dropped security clearance certificates from their own background checks for temporary residences. There's nothing responsible about this government. Will they allow for a carbon tax election so that Conservatives can fix Canada's broken immigration system?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Well, it's always rich to hear from Conservatives when they talk about fake colleges. I hope the member opposite is calling her Premier Danielle Smith to make sure that those fake colleges are not getting credentials. Or I hope the Ontario members are calling Doug Ford to let them know that they should not be accrediting fake colleges. On this side of the House, Speaker, we will always make sure that we are taking a responsible approach. Immigration is important for Canada. We did so during the pandemic, and moving forward, we're making sure that we make the readjustment necessary so that Canadian population and economy grows at a responsible path.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I have the Prime Minister's immigration plan in front of me, the one he submitted yesterday to the House Commons. What's inside of it? Nothing. A white page. After 9 years, the Prime Minister hasn't only broken the immigration system, he forgot his plan, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister's regrets are not credible, no more than his improvised, photocopied, back-of-a-napkin plan. Will the Prime Minister admit that he's pushed the immigration system to a breaking point, causing long-term damage to the housing market, to health care, and to jobs in Canada? Before I ask the Parliamentary Secretary to answer, I would just like to give a warning to all members to please avoid using props and papers that fall out of books. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, the new plan is a transition plan that directly meets the changing needs of our country. That's what Canadians want, and that's what they've asked us to do. These actions are necessary to increase our prosperity and support new arrivals and make sure that they can succeed as well. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, what do you call somebody who sets a house on fire, who watches it burn, and then when there's nothing left but the ashes, then calls the firefighters? Is that a hero or a pyromaniac? Well, Mr. Speaker, this is exactly what the Prime Minister's done with the support of the Bloc Québécois in immigration. He invited the world to come to Canada. He saw the cost of housing double. The cost of food is up, and when he saw the damage he caused, he said that he regrets it. Too little, too late, not credible. When will he call elections so that we can fix everything that he's broken? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, after the pandemic, we increased immigration levels to allow our economy and our businesses to succeed. Our post-pandemic measures reflected what Canada needed at the time. The new plan reflects what Canada needs today by recognizing demographic changes, and we will continue to support economic growth over the long term. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Quebecers are very worried by the poor conditions and the poor education at Bedford School in Montreal. We know we need to do more to promote secularism in our schools, but when we want to do more, the federal government wants to do less. We've seen that Bill 21 isn't enough, but Ottawa wants to fight it. Bill 21 protects the right of children to have public secular education. After the Bedford School case, does the federal government finally understand that attacking Bill 21 means attacking the rights of children? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The first thing that we need to remind those listening to us today of is that respecting the dignity and the safety of children is the responsibility of all and our first priority. It's the Government of Quebec that is responsible for education in Quebec. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. What we saw at the Bedford School is adults who were going against secularism in our schools by giving priority to their own values to the detriment of schools. The priority in schools, it's not adults, it's kids. And attacking Bill 21 is doing the opposite of that. Bill 21 in Clause 4 protects the right of everyone to receive secular public services. Bill 20, right of children to get secular public education. And that is what the Liberals are attacking. Do they not realize what they're doing? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister responsible for families and children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I agree with my colleague across the way that school is a place where children must be able to learn and grow and stimulate their critical thinking skills. And what's unacceptable is that there are children in Quebec who have been treated in the way that things seem to have happened at Bedford School. We've also noted that it's the responsibility and the jurisdiction of the Government of Quebec to deal with this problem. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. This Prime Minister has destroyed our immigration system through his and his ministers' incompetence. He can't fix on immigration, housing, or anything else because he's busy fighting his own caucus. Now, the Prime Minister is admitting his policies have been totally incompetent, stating immigration has, quote, grown at a rate far beyond what Canada has been able to absorb, unquote. Will the Prime Minister admit he is destroying Canada's immigration system and accept his own personal failure?
He broke Canada. The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, we've answered that question already in this House several times, but the real question for me today is how does that member feel about the anti-abortionist that she sits with every single day in her caucus, with a leader that won't march in pride with the LGBTQ community, with a leader who won't stand up for the rights of the most vulnerable in this community, with a leader that attacks the most vulnerable people in this community on a daily basis? How does that member sleep at night?
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canada had one of the most well-respected and functioning immigration systems in the world before this Liberal government. And the current immigration minister even stated the growing population impacting housing is, quote, where we have a serious issue we need to address, unquote. The former immigration minister, now housing minister, stated the immigration system is, quote, really disconcerting. It's really a system that has gotten out of control, unquote. This is an admission of his own incompetence. Will the Prime Minister fire the former immigration minister, now housing minister, or if not, will the housing minister resign in disgrace?
Good question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government to the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, I think the members opposite need to get a reality check. When the leader of the Conservative Party was a part of a Conservative government, you know what they did in immigration? I was the critic when they actually froze the parents and grandparents, and then when that didn't resolve the problem, what did they do? They actually canceled the program, saying you can't sponsor mom and dad to come here. When it came to overseas immigrants coming to Canada, they actually hit the delete button, deleting hundreds of thousands of potential people being able to come to Canada because they couldn't deal with processing times. Don't lecture us on broken immigration.
The honourable member from Kenora.
After 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. The Prime Minister has destroyed our immigration system through his incompetence, and he is too busy fighting his own caucus and clinging to power to be able to fix what he has broken. He has now admitted that his policies have failed, but he also took his former immigration minister and put him in charge of the housing crisis, Mr. Speaker. Instead, why doesn't the Prime Minister simply fire that minister for his incompetence?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, what's shining through right now in this debate on immigration is the far-right Canadian Alliance Reform Party roots of the Conservative Party of Canada. You know, our government is proud of the fact that we've provided over 54,000 Afghan refugees with safe refuge here in Canada, and over 300,000 Ukrainians have come here following Putin's illegal war in Ukraine. And when my family fled Soviet Hungary in the 1950s, Canada had their doors open to people who were arriving here to flee from violence and persecution. And I really fear that under a Conservative government with this far-right xenophobic immigration concept, families like my mom's would be sent away.
The honourable member from Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, the member speaks of some of our history, and it's true that Canada had a 150-year consensus on immigration, but they have destroyed that.
That's right.
And if this government and if that Prime Minister was so sure of himself, they would not have admitted they have failed. But again, the same minister that was responsible for that has now been put in charge of housing, and that really hasn't gone much better, Mr. Speaker. Housing costs have doubled, and young Canadians have given up completely on their dream of home ownership. Everywhere that minister goes, incompetence follows. When will the Prime Minister just fire him?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Speaker, we will always defend immigration and make sure that immigration remains an integral part of Canadian success story. But Speaker, you know what else we will always defend is the women's freedom, the right to choose. And what I have not heard from any of those members from across from the Conservative benches is an affirmation that they will also defend women's right to choose, because now we know, hearing from one of their former members, that they have been plotting behind. They're trying to hide the fact that they want to take away women's right to choose. That is unacceptable, and we will fight it every single day for all Canadians.
The honourable member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, gender-diverse individuals are fearful of a growing anti-choice movement emboldened by Conservative MPs. While the Liberals allow access to abortion to be chipped away at, the Conservative leader voted 5 times against legislation that would, that would take away the right to choose. Access to abortion is access to health care. Right. So will the Liberals enforce the Canada Health Act to ensure everyone has access to full, safe, trauma-informed abortion care?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, I absolutely agree. Abortion is health care, and we should have equal access across this country. What concerns me is the growing anti-abortion caucus on the Conservative side. We've heard evidence evidence of this. Their power on the Conservative leader is growing. We heard it from the member from Peace River Westlock. We heard it from the former Conservative from Richmond, Athabasca. He was in a recent documentary. He said, I left the Conservative Party for reasons of values and convictions, because there was an increase in the number of pro-life MPs inside the Conservative caucus.
The honourable member from Port Moody, Coquitlam.
The government needs to enforce the Canada Health Act on abortion, Mr. Speaker. Canada's most vulnerable seniors are seeing hundreds of dollars less every year because the Liberals created yet another GIS clawback. With grocery bills and rent soaring, every single dollar matters, especially for seniors. Clearly, the Liberals are taking their lead from the Conservatives, who cut pensions and increased retirement age. Seniors deserve respect and dignity, but with Liberals and Conservatives, it's lose or lose. When will the Liberals end their cruel and callous clawbacks?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, the fact is we have been there for seniors from the get-go. The first thing that we did was reverse the Conservatives' increase in the retirement age from 65 to 67. We brought it back to 65. We enhanced the GIS, taking hundreds and hundreds of thousands of seniors out of poverty. We have enhanced the CPP while the Conservative leader questions its... So you know what? We're always going to be there for seniors from now on and into the future.
Here, here.
The honourable member from Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, the RCMP report linking the Indian government to serious criminal activity in Canada, such as extortion, interference in the democratic process, spying, arson, and homicides, poses a real threat to our country. National security experts also say that one key action political party leaders can take is to simply obtain their security clearance. Yet the Leader of the Opposition refuses to do that. Could the government explain why the Leader of the Opposition should join all other party leaders and get his security clearance?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the involvement of the Indian government agents in targeting Canadians, particularly Sikh communities, is a grave violation of Canadian sovereignty. Foreign interference costs lives, and Canadians expect party leaders to be informed and seek the truth on matters as important as their safety and national security. Yet, Mr. Speaker, it is shameful, absolutely shameful, that leader is the only party leader in this House refusing to get his security clearance, closing his eyes to foreign interference breaches within his own party. Mr. Speaker, what is he hiding? Who is he trying to protect? Why does he put his own political interests above the safety of Canadians? Why?
The honourable member from Calgary Centre.
After 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. Crime is up in Toronto, with shootings up 45% and gun-related homicides up 62% since last year. While the Prime Minister celebrates on social media, police associations are condemning his failed handgun policy. The Toronto Police Association states criminals did not get your message. Will the Prime Minister stop working against the police and reverse his failed crime wave policy?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's really concerning that all Canadians should be aware that what Conservatives are proposing in their ways to make our streets safer is to actually put more guns on the street. We have banned handguns and assault weapons that were designed for the battlefield, and Conservatives want to make those guns legal again. Mr. Speaker, we integral country, and to ban handguns is the solution to make our communities safe.
Good job.
I'm going to remind members, please, not to take the floor unless they're recognized by the Speaker. The Speaker is now recognizing the honourable member from Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. When that member responded on social media to similar claims, the Toronto Police Association said, "We are sharing data about gun violence in Toronto. These facts represent the work of our members and the lives of victims. Shame on anyone who suggests otherwise." End quote. After 9 years of violent gun crime has doubled in Canada. In Calgary, it's quadrupled. That is the Liberal record. Will the Prime Minister end his self-congratulatory rhetoric and start listening to the police to stop this deadly crime wave?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, while Conservatives like quotes, let me quote their record on the issue. When Conservatives were in power, they cut $143 million out of CBSA. That was 1,100 CBSA employees. And what did the former president of the public safety workers say at the time? He said, quote, "More weapons, illegal drugs, child pornography will pass through our borders, not to mention terrorists and sexual predators and hardened criminals," end quote. That's the Conservative record.
The Honourable Member from Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think what that member just illustrated is what has happened under 9 years of this NDP Liberal government. Taxes are up, costs are up, violent crime continues to go up. The Liberals' gun ban does nothing to stop violent crime on our streets. In fact, violent gun crime is up 116% across Canada since this Liberal government took power. The Vancouver Police Association agrees. They stated, "Stopping legal sales will not stop criminals from getting guns illegally. They're only restricting law-abiding citizens while doing little to actually address crime and violence." When will these Liberals finally listen to police, stop attacking law-abiding gun owners, and go after the violent criminals instead?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I spent 39 years of my life fighting gun violence in the City of Toronto. And one of the things I learned is that cops count. But today, Mr. Speaker, there are 700 fewer police officers in Toronto than when I was the chief. And those are the same police officers that fought guns and gangs. They gave evidence at bail hearings and they kept neighborhoods safe. But just like Stephen Harper, who cut 1,000 RCMP jobs, successive Conservative mayors and premiers have frozen police budgets and frozen police hiring. And this is the price that we all pay for reckless Conservative cuts. And Mr. Speaker, if the Conservatives are looking for causation of the increase in violence, look in the mirror.
The Honourable Member from Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, under this Liberal government and under that Liberal minister, RCMP recruitment is at all-time lows. They should be the ones looking in the mirror. The Liberals' record on violent crime and car theft is abysmal. The Insurance Bureau of Canada published a report showing that car theft claims are up 138% since this Liberal government took power. Whenever the Liberals get up and brag about their action on car theft, people don't know whether to laugh or to cry. They're admitting that they failed terribly, but now they're bragging that they're failing just a little less spectacular than before. When will these Liberals finally get serious, stop targeting law-abiding Canadians, and get serious about violent crime instead?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we see Conservative hypocrisy. They think the way to keep our streets safe is by putting more guns in the hands of criminals. They think reducing workers at the CBSA to inspect illegal imports of guns is going to keep communities safe. Conservatives are all about cuts, including cuts to police forces, cuts to inspections at our border, and they want to ensure that handguns are legal again. Mr. Speaker, we know and Canadians know that keeping our communities safe is by banning illegal handguns.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Health is once again threatening end-of-life care for Quebecers. It is stated that Quebec should wait before moving forward with advance requests for medical assistance in dying. And the Minister is even threatening to challenge Quebec's decision and says that he will clarify his intentions very soon. But Quebec's answer is clear. We will be moving forward to protect people who are ill. Quebecers who are suffering from illnesses like Alzheimer's. They have waited long enough. Will the federal government get out of the way? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Medical assistance in dying is a complex and deeply personal question, especially when it comes to advance requests. But is a matter of great importance, and we need to consult with medical professionals and other stakeholders throughout the country to consider the matter of advance requests. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Well, that's all very well, but listen, Quebec will be moving forward with advance requests for made as of October 30th in 5 days. So the federal government should be supporting Quebec in delivering appropriate healthcare instead of making threats. And it can help by amending the criminal code to help doctors feel safe, because today in La Presse, doctors have been stating that they are still concerned about their legal protections, even though Quebec has given a clear directive to the justice system to not bring charges. Will the federal government help doctors by amending the criminal code? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, given the complexity I spoke of, we will take the necessary amount of time to look into the details of what the government of Quebec has announced. We remain determined to cooperate closely with Quebec and with all of the provinces and territories in order to carefully assess next steps.
The honourable member from Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. Police across Canada are slamming the Prime Minister and his self-congratulatory social media campaign touting a failed handgun policy that has stopped violent gun crime. The Toronto Police Association had to fact-check the Prime Minister and remind him that 85% of guns seized by their members can be sourced to the United States. Gun stop and reverse his crime wave policies.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Security.
Mr. Speaker, if Conservatives are so concerned about illegal guns entering the country through our borders, then precisely why did they cut 1,100 jobs of CBSA, over $100 million of that budget? Let me also quote what the former president of the Public Safety Workers Union had to say. He said, what the government made us to believe here is that the budget cuts are not going to have an impact on direct service provided to our community is wrong. He also said that this threatens Canada's public safety and national security. Why should we trust a record like that?
The honourable member from Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Mr. Speaker, just this week, the Toronto Police Association specifically pointed out the member opposite for her misinformation. Hopefully this misinformation today gets pointed out again. Police associations in Toronto, York, Vancouver, and Surrey have all spoken out against this Prime Minister's failed handgun policy that has done nothing to stop violent crime. When will this Prime Minister listen to police, stop going after law-abiding citizens, and go after the gangsters and gun smugglers who are terrorizing our streets?
The Honourable Minister for National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, we promised Canadians that we would strengthen gun control. The Conservatives have promised the gun lobby that they'll weaken it. Mr. Speaker, if you want to reduce gun crime in this country, you've got to make it harder to commit gun crime, and you've got to make it more likely to get caught. You make it harder to commit gun crime by increasing and strengthening gun control in this country, and you make sure that criminals will get caught if you don't cut thousands of police officer positions from our cities and from our provinces right across this country. We've seen the price for Conservative cuts to essential services that we all rely on. And Mr. Speaker, when they want to know what's really happening, the union should know you've cut their membership.
The honourable member from Kootenay, Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years with this NDP Liberal government, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, time is up. Yep. Police departments are slamming the Liberal NDP gun policies. Toronto police report shootings are up 45%, and gun-related homicides 62% compared to the same time last year. Mr. Speaker, 85% of guns seized by the police are sourced in the United States. After 9 years, violent gun crime is up over 100%. Will the Prime Minister stop working against the police and reverse his crime wave policies?
Hear, hear. The honourable member from, the honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what Conservatives won't tell you is that under Conservative governments, there were cuts to CBSA that allowed more illegal weapons to cross our borders. Conservative provincial governments have cut and slashed police budgets that have had a reduction of police on our streets. While Conservative governments create cuts, we invest in our police services. We invest in our borders, and we get guns out of our streets.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship presented the 2025-2027 Immigration Levels Plan. This plan will directly respond to the changing needs of our country. We know that immigration can be a powerful tool for the vitality of Francophone communities outside Quebec. Could we get an update, please, from the Parliamentary Secretary on the efforts that our government has made to support immigration outside Quebec? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The vitality of Francophone communities outside Quebec is a priority for our government. In the 2025-2027 plan, the percentage of Francophone permanent residents in the targets of overall permanent residents in Canada outside Quebec will be 8.5% in 2025, 9.5% in 2026, and 10% in 2027. These targets display our commitment to support the growth of Francophone communities outside Quebec and reflect our Francophone immigration policy.
From St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years, this NDP Liberal government isn't worth the cost or the corruption. Under this government, GC Strategies, a two-person firm working out of their basement, received a sole source contract for a Arrive scam. They did no work, the app didn't work, and they ran off with $20 million taxpayer dollars. A total scam. So, in the face of that, what specific steps is this government taking to get taxpayers their money back?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I have said time and time again, that we expect our procurement process to be followed with the rules and the regulations that are put in place. CBSA has already initiated a number of measures to build a more robust system. But I'd like to ask the member opposite, how far back would he like to go in terms of these contracts? Because just in 5 years under the Conservative government, those two principled employees that he speaks of had at least 13 contracts. Wow. So would he like that money back as well?
Wow. The Honourable Member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, it is clear that this government has taken no concrete measures to make taxpayers whole. The RCMP have opened an investigation into GC Strategies, and this week the Auditor General announced that she is investigating the $100 million in contracts awarded to GC Strategies. Attack out of the way and call an election so that Canadians can elect a common-sense Conservative government that will.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we see the Conservatives completely misleading Canadians. It was actually under the Conservative government that these contracts first began with these principled employees. So they talk about getting out of the way. They were the ones that oversaw a procurement process that had these same individuals receiving hundreds of thousands of dollars in contracts. We have actually put in place through the CBSA a number of measures to ensure that our procurement process is robust, and we will continue to work to make sure that there's transparency in our system, something they failed to do.
The Honourable Member from Brandon Souris.
After 9 years of this NDP government, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. Mr. Speaker, you've ruled that the Liberals violated a House order to turn over evidence for a criminal investigation into their latest $400 million scandal. When Canadians can't afford to eat, heat, or house themselves, Parliament should not have to focus on ending a Liberal scandal. Will the NDP Liberals end this cover-up and give proof to the police so that we can get accountability for corruption and Parliament can get working again?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think what we need is accountability to Canadians and why it is that the Conservative Party continues to filibuster the business of the House of Commons. And nothing has really changed because do you know when it comes to the business of the House of the Commons, one Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, is the only Prime Minister to ever be held in contempt of Parliament. Who was his Parliamentary Secretary at the time? Today's Leader of the Conservative Party. Mr. Speaker, today's Leader of the Conservative Party still refuses to get the security clearance that's necessary so he can become informed about foreign interference. The question I have for the Leader of the Conservative Party, what is he hiding? What isn't he telling Canadians, Mr. Speaker?
L'honorable député d'Alfred Pelin.
Mr. Speaker, in the last year we have learned that many countries, including India, Iran, Russia, and China, are involved in foreign interference in Canada. In fact, last week we learned that agents of the Indian government are involved in serious criminal activity in Canada, including the murder of Canadian citizens. It's time for all parties to put politics aside and show Canadians that we stand together against the foreign interference. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice tell this House why it's important for all party leaders to obtain their security clearance and protect Canadians?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Alfred Pellin for the question. Look, yesterday we learned the leader of the Bloc Québécois received his security clearance. The only leader in this House who has refused and continues to put his head in the sand to get the security clearance is the leader of the official opposition, the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. So I repeat, in terms that he can understand, get the clearance, take the briefing, and please help us defend this country.
The Honourable Member from Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, this government continues to ignore the people of Windsor, Essex by allowing hazardous material to cross the Ambassador Bridge in a shady deal. We know the border officers won't even get the proper training they need to deal with the eventual disasters that will occur. Instead of detailed in-person courses to go over what to do in the case of disasters, they are learning from 2 slides in an online slideshow. The Liberals continue to cave to the Ambassador Bridge lobbyists to be able to board up homes, get special plaza privileges, and now hazmat money to line their pockets. Are the Liberals going to choose safety of our environment and economy or the lobby interests of a U.S. billionaire and his empire?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to thank the member for that question. As the member knows, because we've been discussing this issue for the past few months, Transport Canada is in discussions currently, not only with the member, but also with the province and the city. And it's an issue that we are taking seriously, and we will resolve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to the government is this. A recent article and detailed study in the National Observer pointed out that the Pest Management Regulatory Agency worked hand in glove with the pesticide manufacturer Bayer to stop the impending ban of dangerous insecticides posing threats to human health and the environment. My question is simple. Will the government ban these insecticides and do an investigation to stop having our Pest Management Regulatory Agency defend manufacturers and start defending Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for the question. Speaker, we are committed to ensuring that pesticides used in Canada are safe for human health and the environment. All pesticides undergo a rigorous scientific review process prior to being approved for sale in Canada, and they are regularly reviewed to ensure they continue to meet health and safety standards. We take the concerns raised in the research by Dr. Christy Morrissey seriously, and the PMRA is examining the concerns raised. Thank you.
And so brings the end of another question period. Je désire informer la...
I wish to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will be reset.
The volume of earpieces will now be reset. I see that the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government is rising on a point of order.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, during SO 31s or any other time, members are not supposed to be using props. SOs is an interesting position because members can't stand up and challenge a person for using a prop. The member from Bow Rivers was in fact using a prop during his SO statement, and I believe they need to maybe take a look, see what was actually on or being used as a prop, and either come back or at the very least provide a warning.
I thank the Honourable Member, Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for raising this point, and if it's necessary, the Chair will come back to the House. Affaires courantes ordinaires.
Routine proceedings, tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am honored to be able to speak today on my petition that is representing citizens in my riding.
Mr. Speaker, and it deals with a practice of online gaming companies in the planned obsolescence so that consumers buy a product, they want to be able to continue to use it, and the online gaming companies withdraw the service if the the consumer, has not continued to use their server and internet provider of choice. We ask the government to investigate this process and protect consumer rights in the acquisition of gaming devices that they have every right to expect will have a lifetime of service to them that they have paid for. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Fleetwood Port Hills.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a tremendous honor to present a petition in two parts from activists for seniors in the North Okanagan, particularly around the city of Vernon. They are calling on the Government of Canada to provide a universal livable income indexed to the cost of living for Canadian citizens 65 and over. We think that this is probably a way forward to deal with difficulties that our seniors are facing, and we trust a good, comprehensive, and positive response from the government. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. With yesterday being Brain Cancer Awareness Day, I'm pleased to present a petition on that subject. The petitioners note that an estimated 27 Canadians are diagnosed with a brain tumor each day. Less than 3 in 10 Canadians diagnosed with a tumor survive 5 years after their diagnosis. Brain cancer research is critically underfunded in Canada. Canada is years behind the U.S. in approving new drugs and treatments, and even when brain cancer therapies are approved, they're not always made equally accessible across the country. And there continues to be a shortage of brain cancer drugs. Accordingly, the petitioners call on the Government of Canada to increase funding for brain cancer research, work with the provinces and territories to ensure that drugs, medical devices, and new therapies are accessible to brain cancer patients nationwide, and to remove unnecessary red tape so that brain cancer drugs can be approved more quickly.
The Honourable Member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to table a petition presented by Sonia Strobel, co-founder and CEO of Skipper Auto community-supported fishery, along with 4,645 signatories, asking the government to move ahead with the transition away from open net pen salmon farming on Canada's Pacific coast. Constituents and stakeholders across sectors have been very concerned about the harms of open net pen salmon farms and the pace of the government's move to implement the transition by 2025 as promised. Although the government has recently confirmed their plans to move away from open net pen salmon farms and published a draft transition plan, concerns remain about the substance of this plan and the timelines involved. This petition was opened before the announcement, but is still highly relevant as it clearly demonstrates petitioners, including First Nations, commercial and recreational fishers, are coming together to urge the government to move ahead rapidly with this plan and to implement it by 2025 as promised, although it is now clear that this date may not be met, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for providing me the space to present this important petition.
The Honourable Member from Windsor West.
Speaker, I'm pleased to table a petition here for about 100 individuals that's been led by the member for Burnaby West Windsor with regards to firefighters and banning of PFAS, a chemical and firefighting foam. And I also want to recognize the Windsor Department of Fire Services and Rescue Services for their hard work. I was in this position because of a good tutelage under the Ron Jones, a former district captain for our firefighters, who's been supporting me on this issue and other things. And also to note that they are also opposed to the hazardous material that's now going to be allowed over the Ambassador Bridge. So the chemicals that are in their materials of their uniforms and also in the foam can also cause the human health issues that we know firefighters often have a higher risk of cancer, respiratory diseases, and other types of things from the service they do. So I'm joining with the petitioners here that are joining with many other places in the country to reduce the exposure of chemicals in the life of firefighters.
Petitions. Question inscrite au feuilleton.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Speaker, I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is that agreed? Agreed. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day. Orders of the day. Privilege. Resuming debate on the failure on providing documents by SDTC. Resuming debate on the sub-amendment of Mr. Muse.
From Sarnia Lambton has, as I indicated before, 13 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in debate before questions and comments.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to just do a quick recap for anybody who missed the first part of my speech before QP. First thing I started off with was to say, why are we here 3 weeks debating a parliamentary privilege motion? And I explained that it's because the Liberals will not produce the documents that you, Mr. Speaker, ordered and that are related to the Green Slush Fund and the $400 million scandal. And so no government business or private member's business can come forward until they produce the documents. So that's what we're waiting for. And then I started to debunk the myths of the weak reasons that the Liberals have given why they can't produce the documents, beginning with their claim that to give the documents to the RCMP would be a violation of people's charter rights. This is absolutely not true. The police and the RCMP get tips all the time, Crime Stoppers, phone-in calls about criminal activity, documents about criminal activity, and they have to have a due diligence to go look into that evidence that's presented. And if they do find evidence of criminality, then they need to go to the courts and request those documents formally so that they can be used in a court case. That is the law, and so this is just a total red herring from the Liberals. And then I talked about their hypocrisy even talking about charter rights since they violated every one of them. And I went down the whole list. I didn't get to Indigenous rights because, honestly, if we started talking about the way they violated those, we'd be here all day. So I'll just move along then to my second point. So the Liberals have claimed, well, there needs to be more separation between Parliament and the RCMP. And certainly I agree. The job of the RCMP is to enforce the rule of law for everybody equally. And so I think you are what your record says you are. So why don't we look at the record of the relationship and the separation between the RCMP and this Liberal government? Let's start with the Billionaire Island fiasco. You may remember that the Prime Minister wasted $215,000 worth of taxpayer money, and it was alleged that if he didn't give himself written permission, it was actually fraud. The internal RCMP documents showed that the force considered opening a fraud investigation after details of the trip came to light, but they cited numerous reasons why it did not, including the fact that neither Parliament nor the Ethics Commissioner chose to refer the case to the police. So you can see from that, first of all, that the RCMP do accept documents from Parliament, and you can also see from this that there was no evidence of whether or not the Prime Minister granted himself permission to go on this Billionaire Island trip. And if he did not, he definitely had committed fraud. They didn't even bother to investigate. Then let's talk about the SNC-Lavalin scandal. So we know that Jody Wilson-Raybould was clear with the Prime Minister and Elder Marquez that they absolutely could not talk to the prosecutor about getting SNC the deal to get them off the hook. So he kicked her to the curb, and then he put his buddy David Lametti in place. And oh, voila, the next thing you know, SNC-Lavalin has the agreement that they need to get off the hook. Well, did the RCMP investigate this thing? No, they did not. Until 4 years after the fact, after Brenda Lucki retired, they decided they were going to start investigating, and as soon as they announced that, interestingly, David Lametti was kicked out of cabinet and ended up stepping down as an MP. Then let's talk about the Brenda Lucki situation. So in the Nova Scotia massacre, it was clear that the RCMP was working on behalf of Parliament with the Liberal government. And I'm going to quote from a newspaper article, National Post. It says, in June, the Mass Casualty Commission revealed disputes between RCMP investigators in Nova Scotia and the Commissioner with allegations that Lucki let the politics interfere with the probe. Notes from the Mountie in charge of the massacre investigation said that on a conference call, Lucky expressed disappointment that the types of guns used by the killer had not been released to the public because she had promised the Prime Minister's office and the Public Safety Minister the guns would be detailed, tied to pending gun control legislation. Not a lot of separation there, Mr. Speaker. And then let's talk about the We Charity scandal. So Section 119(1) of the Criminal Code says that it is illegal for a holder of public office to take an action that benefits themselves or their family. And it is clear to everyone that the Prime Minister took an action by approving nearly $1 billion for the We Charity scandal. And we all know that his mother and his brother and his wife were getting paid by the We Charity to do speaking engagements. And the Prime Minister in BBC News said, "I made a mistake for not recusing myself from the discussions immediately, given my family's history." Well, he didn't make a mistake. He broke the law. But again, the RCMP did nothing. So if we look at the history, we see that there's not enough separation and there needs to be more. Now, if we go on to the next thing, you know, if there's nothing to see, you know, they're claiming there's really nothing to see. Well, a whistleblower said there was criminal activity. And so at least we should get the documents that the Speaker correctly ordered, and we should get to work on that. But it's a pattern of corruption. So we've seen that with this government from the beginning. When I got elected in 2015, there's been a history of not just corruption at the Prime Minister's level, but throughout the Liberal Party. If you would recall, Raj Grewal, a former MP, who was charged with fraud. Joe Pesky-Solito, former Liberal MP. His company was involved and charged with the money laundering scam. Sexual misconduct with Hunter Tutu and Darshan Khan. The clam scam, where the Minister of Public Safety currently gave his relative a $25 million clam quota and to a company that didn't even own a boat. Like, terrible. The Minister of Transportation gave money to her husband's company. It's a total conflict of interest. And so the government is showing that they have this pattern of behavior, and whenever they're caught, then they do the obvious, they delay, and they refuse to release documents, or they release them all redacted. That needs to stop. Canadians have a right to know what happened to the $400 million and to get to the bottom of it. Now, the good news is that while we continue to debate the parliamentary privilege part of this situation, no government bills can come forward. So the awful legislation that the Liberals are trying to bring forward isn't going to happen. So, for example, Bill C-63, that would put you in jail for life if they think you might commit a hate crime in the future, is not going to come forward. And Bill C-71, that would take the children of Canadian citizens that live abroad, children that have never lived in Canada, and grant them Canadian citizenship. And when they turn 18, they'd be able to vote and decide on their honor where they want their vote to count. That is a new level of foreign interference. So I'm happy that one's not coming forward. And of course, we also won't see the bill that has the date of the election changed so that the MPs that are going to lose their seats get their pension. That won't be coming forward either. But it's an absolute disgrace to Canadians that money, $400 million, has basically been given out with 186 conflicts of interest. And, you know, it's like nothing to see here. It's totally unacceptable. And I think that if the government wants to get back to work, they should do the right thing. They should produce the documents unredacted, like the Speaker has requested. And is there quorum?
I'd like to thank the honourable member for having raised the question. There does not appear to be quorum at the moment, so we will verify and ring the bells if necessary. I see that honourable members are coming into the House. I hear the confirmation from the table that we do have quorum. The honourable member has 5 minutes remaining in her speech.
And so when it comes to this green slush fund, I think one of the most disturbing things about it, to me, is that the Minister of Environment and Climate Change was part of the cabinet that approved the money for the Green Slush Fund. He was part of the cabinet that chose the committee members of this that were going to decide who got the money. And the committee members gave the money to a company called Cycle that he is a stakeholder in. So once again, Criminal Code Section 119(1), no holder of public office can take an action that benefits themselves or their family. And I would argue that this is another example that should be looked into by the RCMP. Now, that said, how do we get the Canadians' money back? Many of the companies that were awarded money were not even doing something to reduce emissions or introduce green technology. And so, this was a fund that existed since 2001 and never had any problems until this Liberal government got involved. And so, it makes you wonder about other funds that they're managing and whether the same level of corruption is happening. Because the Auditor General said 80% of the conflict of interest. This is simply unacceptable, and I think that we need to get to the bottom of it. And so my hope is that we are going to see these documents produced in due time. It shouldn't take long because the documents already exist. The Auditor General audited them. And so they should be able to be produced, and we should give them to the RCMP, because knowing where to look for criminal activity is going to be key. And the RCMP has the right, the Liberals have argued they have the right to request documents, but they don't know which ones they want. So that's why we've asked for all of the ones that are related to the slush fund, so that we can give them all the information they need. They can look through it. If they do see evidence of criminal activity, they will then go to the court, formally order the documents so that they can be used in a criminal prosecution. And that is the way things are supposed to work. Now, the other arguments that we've heard from the Liberals have been, really very weak. And it's the same thing every time that there is a problem with documents. They say, well, we want to send this to committee. That's what the motion is all about. Well, no, the motion is to produce the documents unredacted. Because if it goes to committee, what will happen is what always happens, We Charity scandal and all the other scandals I talked about. They will filibuster those meetings to keep the documents from coming forward, or they will work with their NDP partners to adjourn the debate. And that is the way things go. And that is why we don't get to the bottom of these scandals, and that is why these scandals keep occurring. And it's really unbelievable the number of scandals that we have seen. Now, I think the sad part of freezing the Sustainable Development Technology Fund because of this scandal and the corruption, it's impacted people. It's impacted a company in my riding that was getting funding to make green battery technology. That's actually quite interesting technology. It's like portable. You can put it in your backpack and use it to charge things when, if you were in the military, out in a place where there's no power, all kinds of interesting things like that. They're called Illuma Power. But you know what? Now they're in the valley of death from a commercialization point of view because of the freezing of this fund, all relating back again to the corruption of this government, which needs to come to an end with a carbon tax election. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you there. I'm looking for Bill Murray over there somewhere because we have Groundhog Day as performed by the Conservative Party of Canada. Because what we actually have is the threat that the Conservatives are following a route that ended in utter disaster for them when Mr. Harper was president. They brought forward, I think, around 11 tough-on-crime pieces of legislation. And by my count, 8 of the 11 were tossed out by the Supreme Court of Canada because it offended the Charter. Both the Auditor General and the RCMP have both cited this as a really big risk that this could happen again if the motion, as amended by the Conservatives, is actually allowed to go forward. What can the honourable members say about avoiding
that problem that has repeated itself here.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. What I would say is this. I've actually sought a legal opinion about whether or not it's appropriate for us to be able to give documentation to the RCMP. And that opinion is that they get tips all the time. People present evidence of, what they think is criminal activity, and the RCMP can go investigate that. And that's not a jeopardy to anyone. It's not going to affect anything, because if they do decide to prosecute criminally, they have to then go back to the courts and request the documents formally so that they come through in the proper way for them to do a criminal court case. But the thing of it is, if they don't know where to look, there's a lot of documents involved in this slush fund. And so we need to help them to do their job.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Pierre Voucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You're doing excellent work. A reaction to my colleague's speech, and I think it's also a comment that would apply to the speeches of other Conservative MPs who've said similar things in the House in their speech on the motion that we're discussing today. First of all, I want to say that, yes, we want to see these documents. We would like that. I think the transparency is something that we're not opposed to, particularly when we know that the funds haven't been properly managed. That having been said, what I find disappointing is that the Conservatives, with their speeches, they're good at slogans. We see that in question period, and we're seeing it right now as well. They spend their time repeating green slush fund, green slush fund. And I'm wondering, because listen, in 2019, the Bloc Québécois had raised the question there was a lot of money in this fund that was being sent to oil and gas. And we had said, we want to go further in this. And unfortunately, the Conservatives didn't want to go any further into looking at these funds at that time. So why didn't they want to investigate in the same fund at that time? The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton. Well, thank you for the question. Right now, I live in Sarnia. 30% of Canada's refineries are found in Sarnia. And so I certainly like oil and gas.
The reason that the Conservatives don't want to eliminate that or cut that is because we know that if we replace heavy oil and coal in the world with our example, we could cut the 60% of the footprint that China, India, and the Third World makes up of the carbon footprint. We could cut that by a factor of 4. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations in your role as Speaker. You do a great job.
Worked with before, talked about a pattern of behavior, and certainly in the NDP we've fought against Liberal corruption on this issue. We're supporting the motion. We Charity, of course, and the SNC-Lavalin scandals, it was because of the NDP that we were able to get to the bottom of both of those scandals. Now, tragically, Mr. Speaker, during the course of the Conservative regime, the Harper regime, the Conservatives steadfastly stopped NDP MPs and all Canadians from knowing the real details of the various Conservative scandals that were actually much bigger than the Liberal scandals. The ETS scandal, $400 billion. The G8 scandal was over $1 billion. The Phoenix Pay scandal, $2.2 billion. The anti-terrorism funding scandal, $3.1 billion. In each of those cases, Conservatives and the Harper regime stopped Canadians from knowing the truth. Have Conservatives learned their lesson, and are they willing now to apologize for all of the scandals that took place on their watch?
The Honourable Member.
Say yes, Mr. Speaker. You're doing an excellent job as Speaker. In response to the question from the NDP, so you cannot fix the past. You can only fix the future. And what I would say as a professional engineer that has to meet a code of ethics or I lose my license, bad behavior is bad behavior, whether it happens on the Liberal side of the aisle or on any side of the aisle. We need to get to the bottom of this corruption. We need to clean this up, and it needs to end. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Speaker, former Liberal Minister Navdeep Bains appointed Annette Verscharon as chair of SDTC, notwithstanding that he knew but she was in a blatant conflict of interest. The Public Accounts Committee ordered that the Prime Minister's Department, the PCO, submit all communications between the PMO, former Minister Baines's office and the Department of Industry, and surprise, surprise, not one email could be found in respect of the appointment of someone responsible for handling $1 billion. Does the member find that rather convenient, especially given what we learned this week, that a government official willfully destroyed evidence to cover up this government's $60 million Arrive scam?
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for an excellent question. Now, let's just keep in mind here that Navdeep Bains was involved in a sketchy real estate deal that the RCMP had to investigate. So it's no surprise to me that he put her in place knowing she had a conflict of interest. But at the end of the day, I'm not surprised to see records disappear. That's what the Liberal playbook is, from the Kathleen Wynne gas plant scandal, where everything got deleted, to the latest, where the Informations Commissioner in our House of Commons is investigating where the Arrive Can records went that are related to GC strategies. So this is the Liberal playbook. It's get rid of the emails, hide the evidence, and the corruption continues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change and the Minister of Sports and Physical Activity. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations on your excellent work.
Merci. Now, my comment is on semantics, and it's meant to be respectful. So I don't want to be accusatory in any manner, but I believe that we can all improve in this House. And earlier, my friend and colleague from Sarnia used the term third world, and we should all commit to using better language when possible. The developing world is a better way to describe countries that are less fortunate than ours and at a different part of their path to developing. But that aside, my question is also about semantics, because we're talking about a fund which has been described as green and sustainable. You know what? There's a lot of other funds in other governments that fund oil and gas companies, and oil and gas came up earlier. I've been working hard to try to divorce my party from oil and gas a little bit. I think Canada is an oil and gas producing nation, and we need oil and gas, but I don't think we need to support it to the same degree that we always have. We do, however, need to support the green innovation and the sustainable future of our country to ensure that we can develop more electrification. I'd wonder if the member has any comments with respect to the semantics and whether we'd be here if it was a $400 million oil and gas fund.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you for the question from the member opposite. So first of all, I can always be trained, so I will talk about the developing world in future. Now, with respect to oil and gas, I think of what kind of project it is. When there's a conflict of interest involved and the money is given, it's not acceptable. And so while I would love to see more money invested actually in emissions reduction, there was an excellent plan in the U.S. that actually drove their emissions down by providing capital in refineries. And this was a huge part of their carbon footprint. And I think, the same could be done here in Canada, and I would love to see that kind of technology advancement put in place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There's time for a brief 15-second question. The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to thank my colleague for raising the point that she's got companies in her riding that are unfortunately being negatively impacted by this Liberal scandal. I have a company that's trying to do great work in green hydrogen, and they're still waiting because the money, they were understood that if the projects were pre-approved already that they weren't going to be impacted, but they're out $1 million right now that they still don't have an answer, and that's hindering their capability to move forward. So I'd just like to expand, as she had any luck in getting any sort of concrete action moving forward to sort of get the necessary funds moving again.
Let me just interrupt the member because the question was too long. The Honourable Member.
For the question, what I would like to see is that, they've frozen the fund because they want to do the investigation. But I think that they need to look at line item by line item at the projects that have been approved and find the ones that are actually, for sustainable technology and not involved in a conflict of interest. And those ones should go forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Our debate today is happening because the executive branch of government has defied the will of Parliament. members in this place some months ago passed a motion to compel the government to release documents related to a $400 million or so worth of funds that were misappropriated. It's entirely within Parliament's purview to ask for documents, particularly since they are documents produced by the government and are related to public expenditures. Parliament asked for these documents so that we, as members, could do our primary job, the actual reason why Canadians pay our salaries, which is to hold the government to account. Let me remind all colleagues here, your first and primary role as a member of Parliament is to hold the executive branch of government to account. So in this instance, on what we're debating today, it boggles the mind that there are members willing to work with the government to help them defy the will of Parliament and to prevent parliamentarians from doing their job. It boggles the mind that there are members of the governing party who don't understand that it's not just the privileges of opposition members who have been broached in this case and continue to be broached, but it's also the privileges of members of the governing party's caucus. How a member arrives at the state, the willingness to cede the power their constituents gave them to the center of their party for less than nothing is actually easy to understand, but it's hard for someone to see in the moment. So allow me to elaborate for all colleagues here and for colleagues who may follow us in these seats in the future, what this means and why it's important to the debate at hand today. Lev Grossman's masterwork, the Magician Trilogy, an exploration of self and identity, ends with the statement, "Fillory is who I used to be, but I'm somebody different now." This passage, profound after reading the entirety of the text, refers to the protagonist who had structured his identity around reaching a mythical location. He reaches his goal, but the journey and what happens after changes that sense of self, as does it change his sense of what power should be used for. Many of us here have traveled a similar road. It's easy for in our quest to earn a seat in this place and to keep it, for it to be our identity. And then, for the very few of us who are fortunate to be selected to sit here, we are presented with yet another identity-shaping set of dangling carrots. You want a cabinet position, right? Or what about that parliamentary secretary position? Or what about that vice chair of a committee? There is inherent oil and water-like tension between these two potential identities because in the former, in our first past the post system, power is derived by the people who voted for us to sit in this place. In the latter, power is given by the center of our parties. The former is the only true power in politics. It is the base of power from which the centers of our parties derive theirs, and it can be only rescinded by our constituents at an election. The latter power, that from the center of our parties, is illusory. It is derived from a critical mass of members who vote together and form the ability to give out positions and salary increases. It is bestowed at the pleasure of one man, there haven't been many women yet, and can be rescinded at his pleasure. The most impactful members of Parliament understand the dual nature of power in this place and how to keep that duality in balance. In our partisan system, it is good and necessary to support the center of the party to which one was elected, to lean into the ability to accomplish things like passing a budget as a team. But if one constantly spends one's time chasing the carrots dangled by the center of one's party, when the needs of one's constituents aren't being served, disaster for a member, their constituents, and for their political party inevitably ensues. This is a law of power. So how does a member of Parliament put this duality into balance and keep it there? First and foremost, we need a constant connection to our constituents. This means asking our constituents constantly what is important to them and what their opinions are. And with that information, we're then able to help the centers of our parties form partisan positions that benefit our communities through policy making and constructive criticism. The most successful centers of political parties not only relish accepting this feedback, but expect it from their members. And that's because our communities are constantly changing. They're not homogeneous. They're not static. And we cannot develop public policy that ignores their needs and will. To do this, a member needs a strong grounding outside of their political identity so that we can have the courage when the need arises and so that we can see a future for ourselves that doesn't involve being a member of Parliament. This grounding can also be our families, our hobbies, or our spiritual practices, or in the best cases, a combination of all three. Without that type of external grounding, it's virtually impossible to discern what our constituent needs are when pressed upon by the media, by lobbyists and special interest groups, by our own egos, and yes, by the center of our parties. Crucially, a member needs to understand the procedural rules of this place, inside and out, and have a capacity and willingness to use those rules. Members who don't take the time to understand what their privileges are here as members, or how the standing order works, are like a carpenter without tools. When all these actions work together, the duality of power is balanced, good public policy is made, and successful political careers are established. But it's also deadly easy to knock this duality out of balance. This happens when a member stops listening to their constituents, starts chasing promotions, cedes their power their constituents gave them to a center of power who has forgotten that their power, without the support of the people, is an illusion. And so here we are today. Members of the governing party have ceded so much of their constituents' power to the center of their party that ministers in the government feel no compunction at all, about letting a $400 million spending scandal happen because they know that their partisan colleagues won't force them or the will of Parliament to come clean. The leader of the governing party allows his ministers to do this because he, in turn, knows he won't face any criticisms from his members, and members are allowing this to happen for fear of losing their greenlit candidate status or clinging to hope that they're going to get a car and driver and a cabinet post. And that lack of balance is why we're here today, in this place, with a Parliament paralyzed by a government made unwilling to accept the rule of Parliament due to the misaligned priorities of the governing party's members of Parliament. And it's a shame to see colleagues, many of whom I respect in this place, willingly cede their power given what's possible for any of us and the people we represent when we lean into it instead. Being a Canadian Member of Parliament means that literally anyone in the world will take your call. Any policy change we elect to spend our attention on is possible to enact without limit. We in this place can't only change our community, but the country and the world. So what we do with that power actually matters. It must be used responsibly and with great conscience, wielded with impeccable judgment, free of ego, and grounded in upholding the rule of law, democracy, Canadian pluralism, and freedom. If I could go back in time and tell myself these truths when I was first elected, I would. It would have saved me a lot of time and a lot of heartache. The only time I've failed in my role here has been when I've ignored those truths. Thankfully, those moments have been few and far between in the years that I've served here. And when they've happened, I've been able to recognize and admit fault and move on. But when I've embraced those same truths, magic has happened. These same things are possible for anybody in this place. I'm proud of the cross-partisan effort with my former colleague and deputy leader of the NDP, Megan Leslie, which resulted in the creation of Sable Island National Park and a national ban on plastic microbeads. I'm proud of creating a program that led to the creation of countless high-tech businesses which are thriving in our country today. I'm proud to have stood with delegates at our party convention so many years ago now to change the definition of marriage in our party's policy declaration. I'm proud of, after months of blood, sweat, and tears, to have forced the current government to recognize the Yazidi genocide and to have forced them to create a program that saw around 1,500 of the world's most vulnerable people take refuge in our borders. And I'm proud to have, amongst much consternation, authored the Buffalo Declaration. It was a spicy piece of business, which in many ways spurred a year-long debate over how to champion Western Canada's rights and standing in Canada. I'm proud to have written and passed a motion for this place to condemn the anti-Semitic boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement. I'm proud to have fought for changes to elect more women to this place, see them elected, and make it easier for them to work here. I'm proud to have uncovered and prosecuted multiple government spending scandals. I'm proud to have enforced, against an overwhelming amount of political pressure, the federal government into closing the loophole in the Safe Third Country Agreement, under which they allowed tens of thousands of people who had reached the safety of upstate New York to illegally enter our country. I'm proud to have fought and won through endless political pressure and national pressure against the government's senseless and useless quarantine hotel system, which brought needless mental and financial anguish to countless Canadians during the pandemic. I was the first Conservative critic to call for major changes to Canada's telecommunications oligopoly and faced an incredible amount of pushback from the oligopoly for doing so. I was the first parliamentarian to call for a regulatory framework for cryptocurrency and tabled a bill to do the same. I was the first legislature in any jurisdiction around the world to raise the issue of large language models in any legislature, founded the Multipartisan Parliamentary Caucus on Emerging Technology, and passed, after a year of work, a resolution supported by over 100 countries on the impact of AI and human rights at the Interparliamentary Union in Geneva last week, and a shout out to my colleague Nima Lujanjira from Tanzania from her work on the same. At the Interparliamentary Union, I've now thrice chaired the General Assembly Drafting Committee and emerged with consensus-adopted resolutions condemning Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, with Russians sitting at the table. And just last week, I passed a resolution calling for reform to multilateral institutions to ensure their long-term viability and to be able to solve global crises and promote peace. I've proudly stood with Canada's allied nations against much public pressure to do the opposite in their fight to protect themselves from terrorism and destruction. I've also, in changing times for the media, managed to build a communication platform that allows me to reach 1 million people every day, no less than 1 million people every day. I no longer have to rely on the stilted lens of partisan columnists or political talk show hosts to communicate an idea to the public. I can do that on my own. Accomplishing these things have meant ruffling feathers, sometimes within the public, within opposing parties, and sometimes even within my own caucus. Now, colleagues, conflict is not something that we should strive for here. We should strive for peace. But speaking truth to power is not conflict. Rather, it's the essence of our existence as parliamentarians. I raise my accomplishments in this place not to boast, colleagues, but to inspire. Even if colleagues here might not agree with the change that I've enacted. But the reality is, I've now sat in every position in this House, on both sides of the aisle. I've sat as a cabinet minister in the front bench and at the very back corner of this place with my back touching the curtains. It was in that last seating position that I had dinner with a woman who I very much respect, the Honourable Jody Wilson-Raybould, who reminded me that I was now sitting in a seat that she once occupied. She reminded me that what she was able to accomplish from that position and where her power came from, and she expected no less from me. This hard lesson was a gift, a dose of humility that I pray everyone in this place gets to experience at some point in their career and come through with grace. I'm deeply blessed to have had the counsel of Jody and other principled leaders like her. Their actions are reminders to me that no matter where a parliamentarian sits in this House, our power remains the same. I know that my ability to effect change remains limited only by my smarts, my courage, my grace, my knowledge of the rule, and my willingness to pay a cost for what is doing right when right is needed to be done. But that's the rub of this place, isn't it, Mr. Speaker? The cost of doing what's right. In moments where we, as leaders, can feel in our deepest gut that change is needed, or an admission of wrongdoing is needed, or we are asked to do something that in our hearts we know we shouldn't be doing, or if we toy with relinquishing jealousies and grudges in favor of peace, but we feel like we shouldn't be doing that. We often think about what would be lost if we carry through with our actions. Will it cost us our pride? How about a shot at a cabinet spot? Will it mean sitting at the back of the House? Will it mean we don't get to run again? But in those moments, colleagues, I challenge you instead to think about what you will gain if you do the right thing. The ability to effect positive change for our communities, a change in perspective, results, and respect. And so, colleagues, so we are here today. I understand why the government is asking members of its caucus to support it in defying the will of Parliament. The release of these documents will no doubt expose wrongdoing on the part of the government. But how are we as parliamentarians of any political stripe to force the government to admit wrongdoing and enact change if we can't exercise our fundamental rights and privileges as parliamentarians? Similarly, members of the government should want the will of Parliament to be upheld in this case as well. Ministers should not be allowed to act with compunction in these matters. We have a fiduciary responsibility to our constituents to ensure that taxpayer dollars are not wasted, that they're not used to enrich people because of their proximity to the government, as opposed to their place in an impartial and unbiased procurement system set under parliamentary supply rules. Bureaucrats within ministries will also act with compunction if they feel like Parliament's will can be ignored. We've all seen this in committees where members of departments will sit at us like we're ghosts, like we don't matter. I reject that notion. I represent 120,000 Canadians. I stand here in the full apex of the power that they have bestowed upon me, and I will not cede that power. I will not let these people be held to account. I will not let people get rich off the backs of my constituents. And I will hold the government to account. And it matters not what the topic is. Colleagues have said, would we be doing this if this was an oil and gas company? Absolutely we would. And would I be doing this if it was my political party? I absolutely would too. Because there are things that matter more than the center of our power, or our parties. The things that matter are the rules that uphold this place. And that's why the government must immediately accept the will of Parliament to release these documents and allow themselves to be held to account. It's also why the members of the caucus of the governing party should be pushing their visionless, listless, embattled and spent leader to do the right thing by refusing to participate in the government's blockade of Parliament's will. I'm deeply grateful to be surrounded by people who not only expect me to do the right thing, but stand beside me, come hell or high water, while I do so. To Sean, Frank, Dustin and the crew, Denise, Petronella, Cole, Murdoch, Eric and Sonia, my sister and my husband and children. There is not a day that goes by where I have not been grateful for your expectation of excellence and morality, and for your support in doing the same. It has been your support, the support of countless others in Calgary, Nose Hill, and across the country that makes me believe that no matter how broken our country is now, better is possible in the future. Our country is worth fighting for. I will not write it off. And our problems can be fixed. And I'm proud to fight for change alongside my colleagues in the Conservative Party. Our team has gone through a lot in the last several years. But standing here today, after going through that visceral time of turbulence in which we decided where we were going to set our priorities, we are now in a caucus that is filled with peace and is clearly united and focused on enacting practical, common sense change to fix our country. And that fills me with pride and with hope. I guess the moral of the story, colleagues, is this. If you set foot in this place hoping to be comfortable or hoping to be liked, you will fail in your responsibilities to your constituents, and you will fail to use the power that they have bestowed upon you to do what is right on their behalf. If you seek to appease people rather than to fight for what is right, you will fail. If you seek to enrich yourself or sate your ego instead of rising up for others, you will fail. And if you seek to destroy and undermine the democratic institutions that undermine the miracle that is Canada's pluralistic democracy, you will also fail. You can also be sure that many others, millions of others who believe in the beauty that is our country and understands that our beauty and the beauty of our country only rests upon the rules of this place being followed, including myself, will fight to ensure that you fail. So colleagues, govern yourselves accordingly, do what is right, respect the will of Parliament, and release these documents today.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and I listened very carefully to what the member opposite was saying. And, you know, I reflect in terms of myself personally and the commitment that I've made to my constituents to put them first and foremost in all things that I do. It's one of the reasons why I go to my local McDonald's every once a week for hours just to make sure that people know that I'm accessible between elections. But what the member doesn't necessarily refer to is she's basing her whole argument on the issue of what's before us today, at least in part. And she's saying that we should be providing documents. She was a part of a government, and her actual leader of the Conservative Party was the parliamentary secretary to Prime Minister Stephen Harper, where there was an actual contempt. Only Prime Minister in the history of Canada that actually had contempt. And I don't recall any Conservatives standing in their place after he was being found in contempt to demonstrate any sort of remorse whatsoever. And the situation.
Unfortunately, I have to interrupt the parliamentary secretary. I now recognize the honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
After 20 years or so in this place, should understand that tu quo qui is one of the worst logical fallacies in debate. For years, this member, who has power given to him by his constituents, has ceded it to stand in here and waste countless words and hours spewing the talking points of a government that sued the Speaker of the House of Commons and instead of respecting privilege. If he was so committed to doing better than something he thinks happened in the past, why is he here today supporting a government that is obfuscating the privilege associated with each of the members? He's actually saying his own privilege should be violated. And in that, Mr. Speaker, all of his constituents should take note, because a member who is willing to have his privilege violated means that he's willing to have his constituents. And mark my words, Mr. Speaker, I know his constituents are taking note, and he should govern himself accordingly.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saint Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. We hear Conservatives speak at question period, and they talk about how important it is to trigger an election to get rid of this government. They're making this their MO. And they're saying all kinds of things about the fact how the Liberals are being supported by the Bloc, etc. But when we look at what's going on in the House, truly, if the government doesn't topple, it's, at the end of the day, the fault of the Conservatives who are filibustering their own motion. Does my colleague not agree with me that when the Conservatives say loud and clear that the government must be toppled to go into elections, isn't that a bit hypocritical given the fact that they're wasting the House's time? The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
What we're doing here is defending the privileges of every member of Parliament and saying that the government must immediately release documents that were passed by a rule of Parliament. This is part of our parliament procedure. Second of all, the Bloc Québécois is, what was it, 3 weeks ago, just voted to keep this scandal-prone, corrupt government alive. And every time the Bloc Québécois has had an opportunity to take this government down, they don't. Why? And I think they're worried about electoral fortunes. And that's really what I was speaking about in my speech. That when you put your ego and your electoral fortunes as opposed to, forward, as opposed to thinking about doing what's right, disaster ensues. So I asked my colleague from the Bloc instead to help us pressure the government to release these documents and then vote non-confidence in the Liberal government.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Brandon-Souris.
Speaker, and I want to commend my colleague, one of my best friends in the House, if not my best friend, for her speech and dissertation today in regards to why we should be here in this House of Commons. And I share a story about when I was first elected and how she certainly put me down harder than most hammers I've ever been hit with on a situation that I needed done in my constituency, and she was one that very much corrected the situation that I was trying to deal with, and in a way that I wasn't aware could have been more favorable to me in the long run, because I learned a long lesson in regards to what has held me for the last 11 years in this part of my political career. I wanted to know if she, and it was to do with what she was talking about in regards to sometimes having to deal just as harshly with your allies in reply to some comments earlier as she does with, as we all should do with those who may not agree with us. And I wonder if she could just expand on how important that is so that we are consistent and constant in our ability to move forward.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Partisanship is important. It allows us to develop cohesive policy positions and then form together under a leader and a team to enact political change in Canada. Partisanship is important. But we also have to remember that while we are partisans, our first title is not insert party here. Our first title is Member of Parliament for. I learned that from Jody Wilson-Raybould, who I understand the government never realized that she was not a Liberal first. She was a First Nations woman first and a Member of Parliament second. And she understood where her power was derived from. When we understand where our power is derived from, anything is possible in this place, including good and just laws and the respect and upholding of democracy and human rights.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I want to take the member up on a serious gesture, and hopefully she'll accept to it. And that is, ideally, I would love to have the member come into Winnipeg North and have a discussion on this issue in front of a grade 9 class, whether it's the Maples, Sisler, R.B. Russell, St. John's High School. And if she's prepared to do that, I would love to be able to provide the same reciprocal response and go to one of her constituency high schools, where we can have a discussion on the issue that we've been debating over the last number of weeks. Is she confident enough in her position that she would take me up on that challenge?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
It's been a hot minute since someone's asked me if I was chicken, Mr. Speaker. And my husband is here today, and I don't think he's ever would say that I've shied away from a debate. In fact, I think I once told him that he was never going to win a debate with me, so don't try. I would just say this, as a former Winnipegger, I learned how to scrap on the streets of North Winnipeg and giddy up. I'm happy to take a debate any point in time. I will say this, though. I'm not sure he wants me in his constituency because I know he doesn't spend much time there.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my Conservative colleagues have been playing the same record for the past few weeks, I'll ask the same question. I'll try to ask it in a different way, though. My constituents in Longueuil send me here so that I can solve a variety of problems. There's homelessness, there's housing crisis, language crisis, climate crisis. There's a need for more money for transport, for all kinds of issues in Longueuil. And they send me here to Parliament to solve these issues. And now, in the last 3 weeks, I have not been solving these problems. My right as a parliamentarian is being stripped away from me. My right to work for my constituents is being stripped away from me by a motion. And we all agree. The NDP are here, and they agree as well. We'd be ready to vote on this motion. What does my colleague have to say to my constituents who feel that they have been let down because I am not here doing what they voted me in to do? The Honourable Member.
Absolutely right. His privileges have been violated. His privileges have been violated by a government who refused the will of Parliament to submit documents. And the way for his privileges to be restored are what? For the government to hand the documents over. So shouldn't the constituents of Longueuil be so happy that the Conservative Party of Canada is fighting to ensure that the will of Parliament is upheld and that the government is held to account?
We have a time for a 20-second question. I recognize the member for St. Albert's Edmonton.
For months, this corrupt Liberal government has obstructed a clear and unambiguous order of the House to turn over the documents. Bizarrely, they have wrapped themselves around the Charter as a basis for withholding the documents. In other words, they are trying to make a virtue out of their corruption. Could the member speak to that?
The Honourable Member, 20 seconds.
The dying days of a government, a corrupt government, who they don't even have the capacity to put out a caucus revolt right now. That is the real problem that this country is facing, is that there's such little political will or courage in the Liberal Party, such little talent, such little focus, that everything is falling apart. What a shame. What a scandal. Canadians deserve better. It's time for a carbon tax election.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, and it's a privilege to speak here on behalf of my constituents of Sturgeon River Parkland today in the House. And I also want to wish every member of this House and the Canadian people a very happy St. Crispin's Day. And I'm going to start by a small excerpt from a speech from Shakespeare's Henry V in which the king, before the Battle of Agincourt, said, "By Jove, I'm not covetous for gold, but if it be a sin to be covetous for honor, then I am the most offending soul alive."
Wow.
And I think that's illustrative of the debate that we're having here today, when people are more covetous for gold than they are for their own honor. And I think we've seen that very clearly with the debacle at the Sustainable Development Technology Council. Mr. Speaker, there's never been a better time in this country's history to be a liberal insider than under this Liberal government. And after 9 years, this government's really shown no restraint in enriching their friends. And as we approach the dying days of this government, the Liberals are more desperate than ever to hide the truth, going to extraordinary lengths to block the release of documents into this terrible, terrible scandal. $400 million we're talking about of taxpayers' money that was misappropriated by the Sustainable Development Technology Council. Now, why are we here today? To my constituents who may just be tuning into the debate here, we're talking about parliamentary privilege. Members of the House of Commons have something called parliamentary privilege. It's a sacred principle that we inherited from Westminster. Erskine May's treatise on the law, privileges, proceedings, and usages of Parliament defines parliamentary privilege as thus, quote, "Parliamentary privilege is the sum of certain rights of each House collectively, and by members of each House individually, without which they could not discharge their functions, and which exceed those possessed by other bodies or individuals." This Liberal government has violated the rights of Parliament and parliamentarians by refusing to turn over all the unredacted documents relating to the scandal at the Sustainable Development Technology Council. Now, the powers of parliamentary privilege are rooted in the Constitution Act of 1867 and the Parliament of Canada Act. This issue is such a significant issue that has led to essentially the shutdown of all other parliamentary debate as we undergo this privilege motion. Now, some members, including a member across recently, have pointed to the previous government's refusal in 2011 to release documents. Well, the fact is that this issue was taken to a higher power. In fact, the highest power of the land. What power is that, you may ask? The people. And they decided to give that government a majority mandate after an election was fought. The people, the highest power, vindicated the government of the day's position. The fact is that this Liberal minority government has no mandate from the people to defy the will of Parliament. And if they believe they do, which clearly they do, they should call an election so that they can get that mandate from the people. But the fact is they're not willing to go to the highest power in the land because they already know what that answer will be.
A massive defeat.
It will be a resounding rejection of their decision to defy the will of Parliament and refuse these documents. Now, if they want to keep hiding these documents in violation of parliamentary supremacy, they must call an election to get a mandate from the people. Now, I want to go into how this motion that was put forward came to be and why we're here today. The Auditor General of Canada, an independent office, investigated Sustainable Technology Development Canada and found that Liberal appointees gave $400 million of taxpayer dollars to their own companies, involving 186 instances of conflicts of interest. The Prime Minister's former industry minister, Navdeep Bains, handpicked these board members and their chair to manage $1 billion in taxpayer funds. In February of 2023, employees at the fund, this came from within the organization itself, filed a complaint. And that complaint led to this investigation, a complaint for which Conservatives fought to get an investigation for, a complaint which this Liberal government fought tooth and nail to avoid an investigation over. And when the Auditor General's report was made public, they found there was 186 conflicts of interest involving the board and the chair. They did a sample, and they found that 82% of the cases that they investigated had a conflict of interest. 82% of cases. This isn't just an off case where somebody maybe mistook the rules and had a minor interest in something and didn't think it mattered. 82% of cases in a sample taken showed conflicts of interest. In one case, Annette Verschuren, who was the Liberal-appointed chair of this Green Slush Fund, gave $217,000 to her own company, and they have yet to return the money. According to one of the whistleblowers from the organization, quote, "Our democratic systems and institutions are being corrupted by political interference." The people in the organization itself are saying that there is political interference going through this case. Now, this fund operated well. There was laudable goals, providing funding to promote sustainable development and new technologies. I know there's companies in my riding that have accessed this funding. But under this Liberal government, it's been allowed to turn into a slush fund. In fact, under the previous Conservative government, when this fund was looked into, it was given a clean bill of health.
That's right.
It's only under this Liberal government, under the decay, under the negligence, under the turning a blind eye to corruption, that this once pristine institution, this once pristine organization, has been allowed to descend into the mires of this corruption. And though SDTC should be at arm's length from the government, it isn't. It was found in numerous cases that this government had intricate involvements in the day-to-day affairs of SDTC, something that makes it ripe for corruption and ripe for political interference. I want to go into talk about some of the cases here, just to elaborate for Canadians just how serious this is. And one board member, who was a board member from 2015 to 2021, their companies they had an interest in, received $114 million while they were sitting on the board, recused themselves. In this case, the company in question, Cycle Capital, the value of this company tripled during this member's time on the board of directors. And you know who was Cycle Capital's paid lobbyist during this time period? Well, it was the current Liberal Minister for the Environment. Talk about strong ties. This person was appointed to the Infrastructure Bank's board of directors in 2021. No bad deed goes unrewarded under this Liberal government, and allocated an additional $170 million to Annette Verschuren's company when Verschuren was the chair of STDC. Now, the Minister of Environment, before entering Parliament, was the lobbyist for this company that tripled in value, that received an immense amount of funds from this fund. He lobbied 25 times just in the year before he was elected to the House. The Prime Minister's office and the Industry Department gave his client over $100 million from this fund. And when he became a cabinet minister, it didn't end. He approved $750 million in funding through STDC, and $250 million of that went to guess who? Cycle Capital, a company that the minister continues to hold shares in to this day. In another case of a slush fund board member who was handpicked by the Prime Minister, admitted in committee that $17 million went to companies in which he had interest, $17 million. In another case, a former political staffer who was a political staffer for a Liberal Environment Minister, David Anderson, who was a political organizer for the Prime Minister in British Columbia, approved $5 million for companies in which he had an interest. The board chair, who I've mentioned before, Minister Navdeep Bains replaced the previous chair of the Sustainable Development Technology Council with Annette Verschuren, after the previous chair criticized the government's tech policies. So much for listening to the experts. So much for muzzling experts. You know who that previous board chair was? Jim Balsillie, one of the pioneering tech entrepreneurs of our country, started BlackBerry. In fact, Jim Balsillie warned this government about the conflict of interest of appointing Ms. Verschuren, but they ignored it anyways. In fact, the minister at the time knew that her companies were receiving funds, and yet appointed her anyways. He The minister at the time, the Liberal minister, ignored repeated warnings from the Privy Council office, from the Prime Minister's office, and his own office. In fact, in one case, Ms. Verschuren herself even told him that she had a conflict of interest, but that wasn't good enough for this Liberal government. They were going to go ahead and appoint their hand-picked chair. Verschuren moved a motion and voted to send $220,000 to her own company. And the ethics commissioner, this isn't just me saying it, the ethics commissioner has found her guilty of violating her ethics laws. I'm going to quote from some of the whistleblowers, because so many of these whistleblowers have come forward. Those of you watching, maybe you want to give the government the benefit of the doubt. Maybe it's just the Conservatives spreading misinformation. Well, here's some quotes from whistleblowers from the organization itself. Quote, "The true failure of this situation lies at the feet of our current Liberal government." Quote, "Our democratic systems and institutions by political interference." Quote, "A straightforward process became a bureaucratic nightmare, allowing SDDC to waste millions and abuse employees." Quote, "The current government is more focused on protecting itself from public scrutiny." Another whistleblower said, "I think the Auditor General's investigation was more of a cursory review. I don't think the goal and mandate of the Auditor General's office is actually to look into criminality, and I'm not surprised by the fact that they haven't found anything criminal, because they're not looking at intent. If their investigation was focused on intent, of course they would find criminality." Another whistleblower, "I know the federal government, like the minister, has continued saying that there was no criminal intent and nothing was found, but I think the committee would agree that they're not to be trusted in this situation. I would happily agree to whatever findings are made by the RCMP, but I would say that I wouldn't trust that there isn't any criminality unless the RCMP is given the full authority to investigate." And that's what we're debating here, is giving the RCMP the full unredacted documents, not just the documents that the government wants to give them, the documents that Parliament has ordered them to give to the RCMP. Another whistleblower, "Again, if you bring in the RCMP and they do their investigation, they find something or they don't, I think the public would be happy with that. But I don't think we should just leave it to this current federal government or the ruling party to make those decisions. Let the public see what's in there. Just as I have always been confident that the Auditor General would confirm the financial mismanagement, I am equally confident that the RCMP will substantiate the criminal activities that occurred within the organization." In terms of RCMP received from ISED or the Auditor General, the question to them is, were any of them looking for criminal intent? It's one thing to say no criminal intent was found, but the question to ask the Auditor General or anyone else is, were they looking for criminal intent or were they not? And if you look at the scope of the RCGT report or the Auditor General's report, that was not within the scope of their mandate. And that's why we need the RCMP to investigate. It wasn't in the scope of the Auditor General's mandate to look into whether there was criminal actions. On the surface, I think there is evidence that points to possible criminal actions. But that's really up for the RCMP, and they can't do their job unless they get the full documents. Now, Mr. Speaker, why must the House obtain these documents? Well, whistleblowers claim that criminal intent would be found if the documents are given to the RCMP. So this government should not be withholding these documents in any way. A majority of members in this House passed a motion demanding that these documents be turned over. And the Liberals refused, or heavily sent heavily redacted documents instead. The Leader of the Opposition has argued that Parliament's rights were breached, and the Speaker of the House agreed. This is not the only Liberal scandal. We know during the pandemic that Liberals gave themselves unlimited taxing and spending powers. We know that the Prime Minister has been found guilty of violating ethics laws 4 times. We know that the Prime Minister tried to hand $900 million to a company that was paying his own family members. And I found it very interesting going back over the We Charity debates to learn that there was many other wonderful people who had wonderful experiences who were speaking at these We Charity events. They weren't getting paid anything. Curiously, it only appeared to be members of the Prime Minister's family that were getting paid. What a coincidence. Questions that still need to be asked, answers that have yet to be given. We know that in 2021, this government took the Speaker of the House to court over the Winnipeg lab documents. The House asked for those documents. We fought an election on it. This government was handed a minority mandate with a lower percentage of the popular vote than the Conservative Party. They don't have a clear mandate. They were given a mandate to work with other parties in this House. And this government has refused to work with members. They have stonewalled and refused to give these documents in defiance to the will of Parliament, a mandate that they did not get from the Canadian people in the last election.
That's right.
We're only scratching the surface. The Auditor General was only able to review half of the transactions in this case. And we know that a full review, when we consider that 82% of a sample size had conflicts of interest, we know that a full review is going to show even more conflicts of interest. The CFO of the industry department himself called this worse than the sponsorship scandal. What is this government trying to hide? This is just the tip of the iceberg. And that's how it starts. I remember my late friend who sadly passed away this summer, John Williams, former MP, former chair of the Public Accounts Committee, who relentlessly worked on a little-known issue called the sponsorship scandal, ad scam. Happened in the 90s. Some people started talking about it. It really blew up in the 2000s. And it was only because of the relentless work of opposition parties in this Parliament and that committee that Canadians got the truth. And then the Gomery inquiry, which showed that this Liberal Party misappropriated funds, were sending funds to ad agencies, funds which were being returned to the Liberal Party in the form of donations. And my late friend John Williams passed away this summer, always told me that the thing that separates a great society from a failing society is accountability. That was his watchword in his life, accountability. And under this Liberal government, accountability has been allowed to go by the wayside.
That's right.
We're doing our best here in the opposition. We're standing up here every day exposing this government's corruption. We're exposing their lack of transparency. Remember when they were talking about open by default back in 2015? Sunny ways. We've come a long way in these past 9 years. I think Canadians would be right to be pretty cynical about this Liberal government.
That's right.
You know, they talk a lot about slogans in this House, but we remember those slogans. And they've been tossed to the wayside along with accountability, Mr. Speaker. And it's that accountability that's so essential because in great societies, when we have institutions that work as they should, when we have government that respects the rule of law, respects the wills of their Parliament, there is transparency. And when there's transparency, there's accountability. And when there's accountability, people do their job and don't steal money. They don't covet gold, they covet honor.
Hear, hear.
And we should all covet honor in this House. We should all be proud to be the most guilty person to covet honor. But under this Liberal government, hundreds of millions, billions of dollars, if you're looking at the broad swath of scandals that have happened under 9 years of this Liberal government, we've seen that what has been allowed to fester in this country is the coveting of gold, the coveting of taxpayer money, which has been misappropriated for the benefit of the few to the detriment of the people.
That's right.
The people, the highest power in the land, the people who send us here, the people that give us a job to do, the people that we have to be accountable to at the end of the day. Now, Conservatives will always push for accountability. We're the people that brought in the Accountability Act, after all. And I think after we form government again, there's going to have to be some revisions to that Accountability Act, because after 9 years of this Liberal government, they've certainly given us a lot of examples of the ways that they could get around those rules, that they can abuse the processes. And so I think there's going to have to be a lot of updates to that document, because they've given us a lot of lessons in what not to do and how not to run a government. This Liberal government's comfortable with wasting hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars. There doesn't appear to be any real effort from this government to recoup that money. They've broken the trust of hardworking Canadians. They've broken the trust. The Prime Minister's trust has been broken.
They've broken Canada.
They've broken Canada. The Liberals do not have a mandate to defy the will of Parliament. They do not have a mandate to withhold these documents from the RCMP. And if they want to get a mandate, as I said earlier, it's time to call an election.
That's right.
So that the Canadian people can decide if they're right or wrong. Now, I'm not afraid to ask that question, but I know the members on the other side are afraid to ask that question.
Hear, hear.
And so let's get to an election right now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member, my colleague, for his speech today, and I'd also like to say that I respect him very much. I respect his work on Environment Committee recently, particularly just the other day, and I want to thank him for his service because I know he's a member of the military, and as we're all wearing our poppies today, I want to acknowledge that we're wearing them in remembrance of the service of veterans, and as a man in uniform, I want to thank him for that work. Now, I also have a question for him, a pointed one, because as we've known now, as we've heard today, now all leaders of every party in this House, including the Greens, the Bloc Québécois, the NDP, and the Liberals, the leaders have received a security clearance so they can be briefed on something very, very serious, international and foreign interference with respect to domestic democracy and security. As a member of the military, I can only imagine that the member knows more about this than me. He's more informed, and he has an obligation to stand up for our domestic security. So how can he support a leader that refuses to get a security clearance and get briefed on foreign interference?
The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I always appreciate being buttered up before giving a response. The Leader of the Opposition, I'm glad the member asked this question. The Leader of the Opposition would be happy to take a briefing. He'd be happy to take the same kind of briefing that the Washington Post got from this government. It appears this government selectively gives briefings to whoever they think can benefit themselves most politically. It's quite odd. But I will say that a very interesting fact was made known to me recently, is that the Leader of the official opposition, when he was in government, received those security clearances, and it had to be renewed every 2 years. In 2019, this Liberal government changed the rules so that ministers of cabinet since 2019 do not have to receive regular 2-year updates to their security clearance.
Wow.
So members of this Liberal cabinet have not been vetted for national security for the past 5 years. And I don't believe that the Prime Minister, who I agree, he has the right as the head of government, as the Prime Minister, to have access to classified information. It shouldn't be subject to whether he can get a top secret security clearance, but he hasn't received a top secret security clearance.
He hasn't been vetted.
We don't know if he's been vetted. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions, commentaires?
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened closely to my colleague's speech. He talked about how the Liberal government doesn't have the mandate to destroy Canada. I'm wondering if my colleague got the mandate with his party to forget facts and history, Mr. Speaker. I'll remind my colleague that his party, when it was in power, the minister, Tony Clement, the minister, $50 million in public money were redirected to his own riding, and they're not saying anything about that today. Well, what did the Conservative government of the day do when it didn't want to provide documents? We had the same sort of privileged debate today. They did the same thing. They're not talking about it. I'd like to hear my colleague's thoughts on this. What does he say to the people who are watching us? How can Quebecers trust that a Conservative government wouldn't do the same thing where corruption scandals and the lack of transparency in the past?
Well, I thank the member from the Bloc Québécois for that question. I don't think he was listening to my speech because I actually directly dealt with that issue head on in my speech. In 2011, when the government of the day refused to hand over documents, there was a privileged debate in the House of Commons, and an election was called, and we went to the people for a mandate, and you know what the people did? They gave the government a majority mandate. It's ultimately the people who are the highest power in the land, and they chose to give that government a majority government. And that's something I don't think these Liberals would be willing to do. They wouldn't the confidence of the Canadian people in an election to decide whether they're right or wrong to withhold these documents. And yet they're in this Parliament without a mandate, without a majority mandate. You know, we've been nearly 4 years, or 3 years now since the last election, an election where we weren't discussing this issue, and they have refused, they have defied the will of Parliament. It's unacceptable. They should either turn over the documents or call an election.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for really bringing forth the accountability issue and talking about it, because I think it's important. And I'd like his opinion, because I know I have no time for corruption, regardless of the political party or who's in government. We got to do better here. So he mentioned about increasing the penalties for failures in conflict of interest, accountability, ethics in this House. I know we ran in the last 2021 election of increasing the penalties from, I believe, the $200-ish fines that exist right now and taking that up to $40,000. I'm just wondering, if he could expand on that a little bit, and why other parties aren't advocating for something similar. Why, in his opinion, why aren't they demanding that every single one of us that is elected to this chamber be held to account if you're not following conflict of interest and ethics laws?
The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Study economics, you study incentives, and there's good incentives and there's bad incentives. And unfortunately, when the ethics rules were put in place, I think at the time it was thought that this wouldn't have to be used very often because members of parliament aren't going to want to be named and shamed and aren't going to want to be on the wrong side of ethics rules, and so we'll have smaller fines. But it's clear after 9 years of this Liberal government that these fines aren't really being taken seriously, that being named isn't really being taken seriously. And so it's clear to me that we need to look into increasing the penalties so that we can provide that incentive so that people know that there are real consequences to violating our ethics rules. And this government needs to know that there are real consequences to defying the will of Parliament, and those consequences will be felt when we get to an election. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm curious to hear the response of the member across who says that we're not serious and that we're afraid to ask questions, but he's not afraid. So my question to him is he afraid to ask his leader to go out and get a security clearance?
The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, nobody in this party is afraid to test the Canadian people in the next election. Nobody in this party is afraid to stand up for what we've been talking about. Nobody in this party is afraid to fight for what the Canadian people have been desperately wanting, fighting against the corruption of this Liberal government. And we're not going to be afraid to keep asking questions. We're not going to be afraid to get down to the truth. We're not going to be afraid to stand up for what Canadians really want, which is accountable government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague mentioned several whistleblowers in his speech, and we know that whistleblowers need to be protected. Does my colleague believe that it's appropriate that the legislation to protect whistleblowers came from the opposition? In fact, in this case, it was tabled by my colleague from Mirabel and not from the government?
I think whistleblowers are an essential part of democracy, and anytime you have whistleblowers who know something's going wrong in their department, and I mean, there's always appropriate channels. Maybe going to the media isn't the first thing you do, but in these cases, I'm sure that these people have exhausted all the possible avenues that get things right within their organization. And when they've been stonewalled, whether it be from the processes or from corrupt people who are preventing them from doing that, they need to have the knowledge that they are free to speak without penalty, without consequences that will be detrimental for themselves or their families. And without that, we can't have accountability. And that's here in the House, that's in our public service, that's in our private sector. We need that accountability across the country because that's what separates the great societies from the failing societies, when people know that they can be held accountable when they're doing wrong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments very quickly.
Excellent speed clearances today, and it's clear to me that the real question is the Prime Minister's been getting briefings for the last 2 years, and so he knows about the foreign interference, and he knows who the 11 compromised parliamentarians are. Why hasn't he taken any action or disclosed those names? Does my colleague want to comment on that?
Very quick comment. The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, I think it raises a really good question. These Liberals talk in this House about how the Leader of the Opposition needs to get a security clearance, yet we have a Prime Minister who has access to this classified information, who has done absolutely nothing. In fact, in the case of a member of his caucus who left caucus on his own volition, they were looking forward to him returning to caucus with the full knowledge that he was involved in foreign interference. Exactly. It's shameful. When they had the classified information, these Liberals didn't act. What do they expect from the rest of Canadians?
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I have had a few interventions this fall, but this is actually my first opportunity to rise and take part in debate, so if you will indulge me, I just want to extend my appreciation to the great people of the Kenora riding and across northwestern Ontario for their trust to represent them in this place. I just recently surpassed my 5-year anniversary as a Member of Parliament as well, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleagues. And it's always very humbling and always an honor to be able to rise in this place to speak on behalf of the people of northwestern Ontario. And today, of course, we are speaking about a very important matter. I wish I could say that this debate is unprecedented, or that this motion is unprecedented, but this is not the first time that this government has disobeyed, disregarded, or otherwise simply not cared about an order that this House has made. Now, when I was first elected over 5 years ago, I made a promise to the people of northwestern Ontario, Mr. Speaker, the people that put their trust in me to represent them here and fight for their best interests. And that promise is to ensure that government is acting in their best interests and spending their tax dollars responsibly. And that is something that we have not seen this government do. So currently, the regular business of this House, as many know at this point, it's been on hold because this government refuses to hand over documents that the House has ordered of it. This is preventing us from doing anything. We're at an absolute standstill, but it's preventing us from addressing other issues that this NDP Liberal government has caused, such as the doubling of housing costs, Mr. Speaker, the creating of the housing crisis, where we see many young people that have given up completely on their dream of home ownership, the affordability crisis, the infrastructure gap in First Nations, or the crime this government has unleashed by breaking the bail system and implementing catch and release policies for violent criminals. Mr. Speaker, all of these issues are on the back burner now because the government is instead choosing to gridlock Parliament. And they are the only ones that have the power to end it. If they were to comply with the House order, hand over all the documents related to the Green Slush Fund, we could get back to the regularly scheduled programming of this House. Instead, the government is going to great lengths to protect itself and withhold what I would imagine is very damaging information if they are willing to go to such great extent. Mr. Speaker, I just want to touch a bit about parliamentary privilege. Of course, it is a crucial function to ensure the legislative branch of government can meet one of its main objectives, and that is holding this government accountable. And with this privilege comes extraordinary powers to ensure the government cannot interfere with us as parliamentarians meeting that objective. And in particular, Mr. Speaker, this privilege includes the power to order the production of documents the House deems necessary to carry out its duties. There is, and this is important, there is not a similar privilege afforded to the government to refuse an order for the production of said documents. And I will get back a bit more to that later, Mr. Speaker, but I first want to talk about why we are here discussing this motion before us. So last year, as folks at home know, as members of this House know, we learned of allegations that Sustainable Development Technology Canada, or SDTC, the organization the government entrusted to administer its billion-dollar Green Slush Fund, was grossly mismanaging this fund. When a former employee blew the whistle, Mr. Speaker, the government commissioned Raymond Shabbat Grant Thornton to inquire about the allegations. Their report later confirmed a number of those allegations to be true. If we fast forward from that point to December 11th of last year, 2023, one of those employees testified at the industry committee, Mr. Speaker. And this former employee outlined how tens of millions of taxpayer dollars were misspent by SDTC. Alongside that, there were conflicts of interest and senior level managers that were playing favorites. On top of all of that, Mr. Speaker, when concerns were raised, those complaints were never taken seriously and were always swept under the rug. This is the testimony that was heard at committee. The whistleblower made clear that the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry and his office knew about the corruption within Sustainable Development Technology Canada and helped to cover it up. The whistleblower said, and this is a quote, "The minister has spoken on the record multiple times that he was only briefed on the outcome on August 27th, but that's definitively not true." Mr. Speaker, he also went on to say that the minister and PCO, which is the Privy Council Office, have been aware of this file for more than they are telling to the public, and there are even documented evidence that they even engaged with everyone at the department, at ISED, to make sure that there were edits to the briefings before they were officially sent to them. All of this is backed up by documents, transcripts, and recordings, some of which we've already submitted to this committee. Mr. Speaker, that is disgraceful and shocking allegations about the improper use of taxpayer dollars. That would not be taken seriously and that the minister would cover it up is even worse. At that point, the committee had also learned that Liberal appointed members violated conflict of interest rules, and alongside the committee's investigation, the Auditor General and Ethics Commissioner were doing their own investigations. Now, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, under this government, it becomes even more unsurprising of what they have allowed to happen under their watch. As we look to the industry committee's meeting from January 31st of this year, during that meeting, Leah Lawrence, the former president and CEO of SDTC, told the committee that she warned the government about the board chair's conflict of interest. Mr. Speaker, that's very clear. The government was warned about this conflict of interest. She had also told the committee about the chair's conflicts of interest. However, she disregarded them and sent money to her own company, that being the chair. Ms. Lawrence's testimony also said that she shared those concerns with former Liberal Minister Navdeep Bain's office, but the Liberals allowed the chair to stay in charge, Mr. Speaker. Despite Liberal claims that they only learned about the abuse of the fund this year, Ms. Lawrence's testimony made very clear to all parliamentarians and indeed to all Canadians that they have known about it since 2019, Mr. Speaker, 5 years ago. I will also note at that time that the government and the NDP Liberal government and the Bloc Québécois actually were refusing to get documents from SDTC that would expose the level of corruption at this organization. Disclosure documents had also gone missing or were filled out after the fact when the probe asked for them. A report into SDTC said the conflict of interest policy was inconsistently applied. Now, if we're going through the timeline, as we've been doing so, Mr. Speaker, and we fast forward a little bit more to June 4th of this year, the Auditor General released a damning report about Sustainable Development Technology Canada. She, the Auditor General, found that the government had turned SDTC into a slush fund for Liberal insiders. She also found that SDTC had awarded funding to projects that were ineligible and where conflicts of interest existed. In total, $123 million worth of contracts were found to have been given inappropriately, with $59 million being given to projects that never should have been awarded any money at all, Mr. Speaker. On top of this, the Auditor General discovered that conflicts of interest were connected to approval decisions. As a consequence of this, nearly $76 million of funding was awarded to projects where there was a connection to the Liberals' friends appointed to roles within SDTC, while $12 million of funding was given to projects that were both ineligible and had a conflict of interest. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General discovered that long-established conflict of interest policies were not followed in 90 instances. In one case, the Prime Minister's hand-picked chair siphoned off over $200,000 to her own company. The Auditor General made it very clear that the blame for this scandal lies directly at the feet of the Prime Minister's industry minister, who did not sufficiently monitor the contracts that were being awarded to Liberal insiders. He utterly failed, Mr. Speaker, in his duty to protect the Canadian taxpayer. Following the revelation from the AG's report, from the Auditor General's report, Common Sense Conservatives put forward a motion that required the government, SDTC, and the Auditor General to hand over all relevant documents related to this scandal that are in their possession within 30 days of the motion being adopted. This motion, of course, Mr. Speaker, passed on June 10th of this year, with only Liberal MPs, go figure, opposing it. And that brings us today. We'll jump ahead to today, Mr. Speaker, and why we are discussing this issue. Since the adoption of the order, the government has refused to comply, and that's really what it comes down to, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned earlier in my remarks, the government could end this all, get the House back working on, frankly, their legislative priorities. But they are choosing to hold up their legislative priorities, if we can call them that, because their only priority right now is to ensure that Canadians don't get answers and that there is no accountability shed on this scandal. So the Conservative House Leader raised a question of privilege, Mr. Speaker, as we know. And in the days leading up to the Speaker's ruling, the government tried to justify their defiance, arguing that Parliament may have exceeded its authority, they said, when it adopted the order in the Speaker's ruling. In the Speaker's ruling, he noted the procedural precedents and authorities are abundantly clear. The House has the undoubted right to order the production of any and all documents from the entity or individual it deems necessary to carry out its duties. Moreover, these powers are a settled matter, at least as far as the House is concerned. They have been confirmed and reconfirmed by my immediate predecessors as well as those most distantly removed. That is from the Speaker's ruling, Mr. Chair. He also quoted page 985 of House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, which I will quote for the benefit of members of this House. No statute or practice diminishes the fullness of that power rooted in House privileges unless there is an explicit legal provision to that effect or unless the House adopts a specific resolution limiting the power. The House has never set a limit on its power to order the production of papers. Mr. Speaker, that brings me back to the privileges we as members of this House enjoy, whether it be individually or collectively as a chamber. In this case, it is clear that the government is violating one of our collective privileges as members of Parliament. And unfortunately, this is not the first time the government has refused to comply with an order of the House. I know many of previous speakers have also highlighted this as well, Mr. Speaker. Many of us will remember the Winnipeg Lab scandal. How could you forget? At the time, the House again ordered, among other things, that the government hand over all relevant documents. And just as they are now, the government refused to comply with the order, and instead, trying to suggest it complied with the order by sending the documents to the Prime Minister's controlled National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians. The Speaker at the time ruled that that was not acceptable since said committee was not a parliamentary committee. What the government did next, however, Mr. Speaker, that's what was really shocking. They took the Speaker at that time to court to argue that the government has the legal authority to withhold documents requested by this House. Can you imagine that, Mr. Speaker? The government taking the Speaker to court. It is absolutely unheard of. And though there was never a court ruling because the government called an early, unnecessary pandemic election shortly after, effectively canceling the order to produce those documents, it shows just how far the government will go to disregard the will of Parliament, and by extension, the will of all Canadians who brought us to this place, who elected us as members of Parliament to represent them. Mr. Speaker, it is beyond unacceptable that the government has continued to defy the House order to hand over the documents. The government has caused this place to be in gridlock. You've heard the word paralyzed for almost 3 weeks now, and it begs the question, are the documents truly that damaging to the government? They must be. I heard one of my colleagues say, Mr. Speaker, they must be. The government does not want to talk about moving any of their agenda items forward. They don't want to talk about the issues that are facing Canadians day to day. They would rather Parliament be completely focused on this issue rather than comply with the order and be accountable to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, this issue this issue of corruption and scandal within the Liberal government is not something that is new. I mentioned the Winnipeg Lab scandal, Mr. Speaker, but the list goes on. This has become really a trend with this government, to the point that many Canadians have almost become numb to these scandals. If you ask Canadians on the street how they feel about the Liberal government scandal, they ask which one, because there's so many to choose from, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to share some of them here as well. And this is unfortunately a very small subset of the scandals the government has found itself in. Certainly not an exhaustive list. We all remember the Aga Khan vacation, Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister accepted a family vacation to a private island of the Aga Khan, a wealthy leader who happened to have lobbied the government on several occasions. The Prime Minister was found guilty of ethics violations there. There was also the Cash for Access fundraisers, where the Prime Minister held private fundraisers for wealthy donors who could pay for access to him as the Prime Minister and to his senior ministers. These events led to allegations that the donors were effectively buying access to decision makers. But there's more, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister also found himself in hot water when he charged taxpayers $6,000 per night for his hotel room while in England attending the funeral of Queen Elizabeth. One of the more well-known scandals, the We Charity scandal, draws a lot of similarities actually to this SDTC Green Slush Fund scandal, Mr. Speaker. In particular, money being given where a conflict of interest exists. In the We Charity case, the Ethics Commissioner found then Finance Minister Bill Morneau broke the law by violating the Conflict of Interest Act. And finally, we also have the SNC-Lavalin scandal, Mr. Speaker, where the Prime Minister and other senior officials tried to pressure then Attorney General Jody Wilson-Raybould to intervene in a criminal case against SNC-Lavalin. When she refused, she was kicked out of cabinet and, of course, out of caucus. And the Prime Minister was found guilty, once again, by the Ethics Commissioner. Mr. Speaker, this has become a pattern with this government. And it's caused a lot of Canadians to become incredibly frustrated or perhaps even jaded with politicians in general, because all they see is scandal after scandal coming from this government. So I want to end my speech, Mr. Speaker, with a message to Canadians, that this is not how your government should be ran. Your government shouldn't be caught up in scandal after scandal, improperly spending taxpayer dollars and trying to cover it up, or trying to give your money to well-connected Liberal insiders. And that's why Conservatives are going to keep fighting for you as Canadians by getting to the bottom of this scandal. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve to know what is in those documents that the government is hiding, and anyone who broke the law should certainly be prosecuted. It is clear that this government is not worth the cost or the corruption, and that only common sense Conservatives will take action to clean up this mess. Mr. Speaker, above all, it is time for a carbon tax election so that Canadians can elect a common sense Conservative government that will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime, and stop the corruption. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliament.
Questions? Nope.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, too, would like to speak to Canadians following that and indicate that from the government's perspective, the Conservative Party is the one that's actually playing games at a great expense. They've chosen not to allow to vote on the motion that everyone else wants to vote on, rather than filibuster their own motion because they don't want it to go to committee, even though that was the ruling of the chair. Having said that, there's nothing new that the member has been talking about. I could talk about Harper's corruption and how his current leader was directly involved with abuse of powers and so forth, including contempt of the Parliament. But my question to the member is related to what has been a very important issue of foreign interference, where we have all leaders of the House of Commons today, except for the leader of the Conservative Party, that refuses to get the security clearance necessary. Is it because there's serious allegations about the leadership in which he actually won, where there's foreign interference? Very serious issue. Is it because there's other names within the Conservative parliamentarians that is there that he doesn't want to know about? Instead, just chirp from his seat that give us the names, knowing full well we can't provide those names? So the question to the member is, what is the Conservative Party leader of Canada hiding from Canadians that he's so scared to get the security clearance? Why not?
The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, it is always amusing to listen to the member from Winnipeg North, and he spoke about many things, and of course the security clearance was the crux of his question, and we have been very clear, our leader has been clear, that he will be gladly taking the same kind of briefing that the Washington Post got, the same kind of briefing that the Prime Minister is willing to give when it suits his benefit. That member from Winnipeg North knows full well that the Prime Minister has the authority, the knowledge, and the power if he chooses to release the names. The Prime Minister has to release the names so that Canadians know, so that all parliamentarians know, and that the appropriate action can be taken, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's call a spade here. Now we're going through what should be going on at PROC. At PROC should be dealing with questions of privilege. I believe that all colleagues here that want to represent their constituents in the right way would say that we should do this. That is, send it to PROC. I have a question for my colleague. There's a need for information, information that could demolish the government. And the way to get there would be to filibuster one's own motion at a time when it could be studied by PROC. Is there something amiss here? Something afoot? I don't understand. The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for her question, and I would, however, have to disagree with her presentation of said question. As I mentioned off the top, Mr. Speaker, this is my first opportunity to rise in this place since I've been back, so there certainly is no filibuster. I know that I am very honored and pleased to be speaking to a very important issue, and what it really comes down to is it's up to the government. If they hand over the documents, we're back to regularly scheduled programming, Mr. Speaker, in this place where we can hold the government to account. And frankly, they can move forward with their own legislative agenda, but they're choosing to keep Parliament paralyzed because they don't want to be accountable to Canadians, Mr. Speaker. I think that raises questions of how damaging this evidence truly is.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the member, and of course, in this corner of the House, the NDP is supporting the motion. We want to get to the bottom of the STDC scandal, as we did, and it was NDP MPs that were played a key role in making sure we got to the bottom of the We Charity scandal and the SNC-Lavalin scandal. Mr. Speaker, it's a bit rich for Conservatives to be pointing the finger at the Liberals when their own past is so tarnished by corruption and scandals. And during the Harper majority regime, we had much bigger scandals that were covered up by Conservatives. And I just have to mention them, Mr. Speaker, because I think it's important to come back to them. The ATS scandal was $400 million. We never got to the bottom of it. The G8 scandal, $1 billion. We were never able to get answers because the Harper regime shut down any inquiries. The Phoenix Pay scandal, $2.2 billion. The anti-terrorism funding in the complete absence of a paper trail, over $3 billion. Now, I could mention many, many other scandals, Mr. Speaker, but I'm limited in the time. The point is this: scandals not only at the federal level, the provincial level, the Doug Ford government, Conservative government in Ontario, and now we hear of Gary Greywall, who is a Saskatchewan Conservative MLA, who Bill basically stole from taxpayers $750,000. Will Conservatives apologize for all of the scandals that they have been involved in, and will they commit to acting differently from how they've acted in the past?
The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and with great respect to the member opposite, I have been elected in this place since 2019. That was actually my first opportunity I had to vote, was in 2019 as well, Mr. Speaker. He likes to talk about all these issues in the past, whether it's the Harper government or the Martin government or the Chrétien government. We can go back talking about the past forever, Mr. Speaker. I was elected to this place to represent my constituents, now to hold this government to account. And I would encourage my colleague from New Westminster Burnaby to join our Conservative team in holding that government to account instead of continually propping up this Liberal government. Mr. Speaker, their formal coalition may not quite be intact, but we know that this NDP party is going to continue to bail out the Liberals every opportunity they get.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to build on the question from our Bloc colleague to my Conservative colleague about sort of the accusations of holding things up. And it's funny enough, my colleague got a question from the member from Winnipeg North that I think if we check the records, the person that spoke more to this privilege motion in the House is the Liberal member from Winnipeg North. The Liberal Party's been putting up speakers to this motion just a couple days ago. So when we have the member from Winnipeg North speaking to this, I think now to the tune of likely over 2 hours, 2.5 hours, I just question who's actually filibustering what, and if my colleague would like to comment on that.
The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would very much like to comment on that, and I want to thank my colleague from Bruce Grey, Owen Sound, for his great work in this place and for that important question, because that's just it. And as I mentioned in my speech, Mr. Speaker, these documents must be very, very troublesome for the government if they're willing to go to these lengths. They're willing to hold up their own legislative agenda. They are willing to put up speakers and keep this debate going for even longer than it needs to, Mr. Speaker, because they do not want this issue to be resolved. They do not want transparency for Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and I think all Canadians should be very worried about that.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always interesting to hear the arguments from the other side during this debate. So I'd like to remind, it's a packed house for a late day, late Friday afternoon. I want to thank everyone that's in the gallery. For TV Land can't see, but the gallery's packed today. And I want to thank those that are tuning in TV land for watching this as well too. I want to remind everybody that is watching in and those that are in the gallery that are listening, this house is your house. The 338 members of parliament that are elected to be your voice, elected to hold this government accountable. And what we have seen over the course of this debate and why we are here is because of theft of about $400 million, taxpayer funds, money that you have given to the government. That is why we are here, where the Auditor General found 186 conflicts of interest with respect to that theft of over $400 million for this slush fund. The other reason why we're here is that, Mr. Speaker, you yourself, you ordered that the papers be printed and ordered and given to this House so that an investigation can take place. And what was seen? Thousands upon thousands of papers of redacted information. As a matter of fact, the Liberals at the time said, why don't we just let committee study this? And I offered this at the time. I said, well, Mr. Speaker, if somebody steals from you, do you go to a committee or do you go to the RCMP? Because essentially that's what we're talking about, theft. You know, it's interesting. The government is more interested in funneling money to their Liberal insiders and their friends. It's great to be a Liberal insider, a friend or a family member or related to somebody on the front bench or within this House on the Liberal side, because guess what? You get the contract. Guess what? You get the job. You get the appointment. And Mr. Speaker, it's the same thing that we've seen over the years of this government. Now, our colleagues from the NDP will stand up and carry the water for the Liberals, of course, because guess what? It's their scandal too. They've been holding this government, propping this government up for the last 4 years, Mr. Speaker. So when they stand up and they wax on and on and on, well, it's Conservatives this and Stephen Harper this, guess what? They're just as guilty as our Liberal colleagues across the floor. They're complicit in the scandals and the corruption, Mr. Speaker. It is shocking that, as was noted earlier on by my honourable colleague, who just kind of, it was a backhanded slap for all of us here, that the 2019 election was his first election to vote in, as a matter of fact. And he got elected himself. I think he was the youngest member of parliament ever voted in, actually. Close, I guess. Listen, you know, Canadians are struggling to get by, while these Liberals are only focused on enriching the lives of their friends and their families. They would say that Canadians have never had it so good. And I'll ask all of those in the gallery or those in TV land to take a look at your communities. Take a look just outside of this building, just down the street. Does it look the same as it did 9 years ago? Does your community look the same as it did just 9 years ago? No. It's these failed policies, this government's failed policies, that has turned our streets into war zones, that have allowed billions of dollars to be spent on failed policies. Over 47,000 Canadians have lost their lives to overdose, yet this government continues to hand out taxpayer-funded drugs. Where British Columbia, my home province, the leading cause of death for children aged 10 to 18 years of age is overdose, surpasses suicides, natural cause death, and death by accidents. That's staggering. And we heard just earlier today that now reports out of Quebec, it's the same thing. They're seeing that children as young as 11 are becoming addicted to government-funded drugs given out at safe supply clinics. It's shocking. But that's the legacy of this Prime Minister and his government. and our NDP colleagues. That's what they've supported. Now, it didn't start today with the Green Slush Fund fiasco. This has been a 9-year pattern of incompetence in avoiding accountability and transparency. And unfortunately, the NDP and Bloc are still supporting this Prime Minister, even after all his blunders, after he has failed Canadians for 9 years. As a matter of fact, this government has the most ethics violations in all of our country's history. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Aga Khan scandal, the We Charity scandal, where Conservatives in the opposition caught this government funneling over $1 billion to a charity. $1 billion to a charity. How many beds for recovery for those Canadians that are struggling with addiction would that $1 billion have funded? SNC Lavalin, where my friend Jody Wilson-Raybould, our first Indigenous female Attorney General, spoke truth to power, did not allow pressure from the Prime Minister and his officers, did not allow that pressure, undue pressure, for her to interfere in a court case that was to protect the Prime Minister's friends. Now, blackface. How many times the Prime Minister has worn blackface so many times he's lost count. Clam scam, where the former Minister of Fisheries took a fishing quota away from a community, Grand Bank, Newfoundland. I just received a message from Great Mayor Rex from there asking how I was. Grand Bank developed this fishery, a surf clam fishery, but the former Minister of Fisheries decided, well, you know what, he's going to take that quota away from that community, 500 jobs. That community almost lost 500 jobs, and was going to award it to a company, an organization that said had First Nations business partners or interests. No, it didn't. Said that it had a boat. No, it didn't. But what it did have, well, it had a member of that minister's family. It was another member of another sitting member of Parliament, still a sitting member, Liberal member of Parliament's brother was part of it, and a former Liberal minister was also one of the partners in that business. That's what we have to deal with every day. That's your government. That's this Liberal government. Arrive scam, CAPS, Emergencies Act, for the first time in our history of our country that a government instituted the Emergencies Act, turned itself on our own Canadians, our own people. We have a Prime Minister that chose to, during a terrible time, pandemic, instead of unite Canadians, he chose to divide Canadians, whether you're vaccinated or unvaccinated. He actually used the words, why should we tolerate these people? Wow. That's unbelievable. Don't even get me started on reconciliation. Where in 2015, when the Prime Minister, then the member of Papineau, was campaigning and made promises about being the most open and forthwith government in the history of our country, his government, under his governance. And he said that the relationship with our First Nations would be the most important of his government. He actually stood there with his hand on his heart, dabbed a fake tear away. And all we've seen with him is he's pitted First Nation against non-First Nation, First Nation against First Nation. That's what these guys do, Mr. Speaker. They choose to divide. And if you don't get along with their ideology, if you don't believe the same as they do, well, they don't respect you for it. They'll come out and say, well, you're racist, you're a homophobe, you're far right, you're alt-right. Is it alt-right to want to make life more affordable for Canadians? Is it alt-right to be able to want to bring our loved ones home that are struggling with with addictions. We talk about crimes up, times up. Mr. Speaker, I want to bring it back to my riding of Caribou Prince George. My own community is suffering under this radical, incompetent NDP Liberal government. Instead of dealing with crime and corruption they have unleashed on our streets, they would rather line their friends' pockets. Just last week, one of my constituents, a gentleman by the name of Bob Hubbard, returned home in the middle of his day to find a bunch of drug-addicted criminals basically looting his house. And so in his efforts to stop these criminals, the criminals drug Mr. Hubbard down the road, ran over him, left him for dead. Now, Mr. Hubbard is laying in the hospital right now in Vancouver. The extent of Mr. Hubbard's injuries, he's had to have facial reconstruction surgery. His arm was almost, they might have to amputate, or they were considering having to amputate it. Broken ribs, flailed chest. He's going to have numerous surgeries. Now, the RCMP managed to catch one of these criminals. But guess what? Less than 24 hours later, that criminal was back on the streets. That is this government's record. Criminals should be locked up. Criminals who should be locked up are out on bail due to the Prime Minister's hug-a-thug revolving door justice system. We need jail, not bail, when it comes to violent offenders. After 9 years, violent crime is up 50%, gun violence 116%. That is this government's record. In 2022, 29% of all murders were committed by offenders who were released from jail early. This week, the police associations in Toronto, Vancouver, Surrey, all came out and called this government's BS on their gun policies. The Toronto Police Association said this: criminals did not get your message. Our communities are experiencing a 45% increase in shootings, a 62% increase in gun-related homicides compared to this time last year. What difference does this government's handgun ban make when 85% of all guns seized by their members can be sourced to the United States? The Vancouver Police Union said this: guessing the Prime Minister is not aware of the ongoing gang war here in BC, which is putting both of our members and public at risk on a daily basis. The Surrey Police Union said the federal handgun freeze fails to address the real issue. That is the surge of illegal firearms coming across our borders and ending up in the hands of our violent criminals. This NDP Liberal government is turning our communities into war zones, and they're making them unsafe for Canadians. In other news from my riding, Mr. Speaker, now in the fall of 2021, I spoke of a gentleman that decided in the community of Vanderhoof in my riding, decided he was going to go out and hunt RCMP. Hunt RCMP, Mr. Speaker. And what he did was he terrorized the small community. He shot up the detachment, firing large caliber rounds into the detachment, narrowly missing both enlisted and civilian members of the RCMP. To this day, despite promises from the front bench, Vanderhoof is still sitting and waiting for a new RCMP detachment. This detachment that they have still has the bullet holes in there. Mr. Speaker, that is shameful. Now, news broke last night. This gentleman that shot up and hunted RCMP members, this gentleman that shot up an RCMP detachment and hunted these members, not only did that, but terrorized the streets of Vanderhoof. Last night we found out that his sentence of 5 years has been cut in half. Sorry, his sentence has been cut in half to only 5 years. for shooting a building full of police officers and vulnerable staff. That is staggering. The union, which represents 20,000 RCMP officers across Canada, said the appeal decision sends a horrible message to the public. This is a slap in the face to all of us, said Jeff Swan with the National Police Federation. He continued, this high-powered rounds that take people's lives, and the verdict is insulting. It's unfathomable given the current environment that our police officers face. Canada's justice system is broken under these NDP Liberals, and only Conservatives will bring home jail, not bail, and stop the crime. 2 million Canadians are lining up at food banks each month due to this NDP Liberal government's inflationary policies and carbon tax. 2 million Canadians each month. I ask those people that are listening in again, how many tent encampments do you have in your community? Did you have that 9 years ago? Mr. Speaker, over 1,400 tent encampments in British Columbia, or in Ontario, have crept up. I know in my province of British Columbia, we are seeing tent encampments along the highways and rest areas along the highways. Life has become unaffordable for most Canadians after 9 years. Instead of fixing the problem and what they broke, the Liberals get caught wasting more taxpayer dollars to funnel to their green slush fund. $400 million. That's $400 million that could have went a long way to fixing some of the challenges that we face in our communities, Mr. Speaker. I mentioned earlier, over 47,000 Canadians lost their lives to overdose since 2016. Overdose is the leading cause of death for youth aged 10 to 18 in my province of British Columbia. This crisis has been exacerbated by failed Liberal NDP policies, including experiments called so-called safe supply and the decriminalization of deadly drugs in BC. Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, we brought the parents of, we saw the parents of Brianna McDonald. Brianna McDonald was a 13-year-old, had just turned 13 years of age, and she died from an overdose in a homeless encampment in Abbotsford, BC. Masher Krupp testified yesterday, an Ottawa mother whose daughter died from an overdose and whose son is addicted to government-funded hydromorphone. How can this government live with themselves when they spend $1 billion on failed drug policies to perpetuate addiction and make overdose worse, rather than investing in treatment and recovery for our loved ones? The bottom line is, Mr. Speaker, this NDP Liberal government has now frozen the business of this House with their green slush fund scandal. They could end this right now by handing over the documents that Parliament requested, so we can allow the RCMP to do their jobs and arrest the Liberal cronies at STDC. Instead, they're trying to cover their tracks and defend the corrupt behavior of their friends. Meanwhile, our country is broken and hurting. Only common sense Conservatives will fix what this Prime Minister has broken. Mr. Speaker, the time is up. It's time for this government and this Prime Minister to face and call a carbon tax election. Let's bring it home.
So when we return, the honourable member will have his questions and comments available to him. Having reached the expiry of the time provided for today's debate, the House will resume consideration of the privilege motion at 11 a.m. on Monday, October 28, 2024. Conformément à l'article
Pursuant to Standing Order 94, I inform honourable members that private members' business will be suspended that day.
2:30. This House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.